Oh, hi guys. 9 o'clock crept up on me. Sorry about that. I'm in this ABVC trade. So first of all, welcome to the room. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, January the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Yeah, the ABVC, I was just kind of waiting on that VWAP break. It finally took it out. Got some at 226. We'll see what happens from here. And they did have some news. I put the news in quotes. I mean, what they've got is $460 million worth of a private company stock, so it's not tradable. But anyway, that is the news. Nexi, I don't think had any news that we could find anyway. I couldn't see any news for NEXI other than the fact that it's a crazy low float, under $1 million in the float. At least that's what we have. And the ABVC, another low float, 5.9 million. Sassy, another low float. Yeah, another low float. SASI, another low float. Can't see any news in this. Actually, I guess no, I cannot see any news other than I guess they've completed an acquisition of travel technology. Okay, so that's their news today, and that is SASI. DYN had some, I don't know if it had any news. Okay, so Oppenheimer maintaining coverage with a target of $44. This is for the DYNE. I think they might have had some news this morning on their drug, got up to $30. Came almost cut right in half, right back down to 1650. It's not a low float, 40 million, not high, but it's certainly not low. All right, ABVC, you know what? I'm basically out. Kind of flattish. But I do want to re-enter if it takes out that VWAP again. Got into the 230s. The reason why it could be really interesting is look left. I mean, there's the next high looking left, 335. But so let's see, put the price alert at the VWAP again. This does not have the same sort of enthusiasm, say the Nexi, NEXI. Saidu was another one that had a huge pop, but it has pulled back quite a bit. This is not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Huge pop up, I think over 10. Did have some news, NOAA approval. Another low float, less than $1 million. You're asking about FWBI. FWBI, let's see if I can see any news on this one. I don't see any specific news. Don't have okay, what is the float here? Yeah, I mean, you know what the news is, guys? I mean, when you see a float less than $1 million, that's the news. Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but it's just that some group somewhere has decided to pile into these sort of stocks. And, you know, the news is the fact that it's such a low float. Because I do not see any specific news for FWBI. Let's see, 5N. Okay, here's IFBD starting to show up here, guys. IFBD. Yeah, look at this pop now for IFBD. IFBD, don't see any headline in this one either. It's a low float, not crazy low. It's still low, 6.8 million. China stock. Meanwhile, just Bitcoin, guys. Wow, look at Bitcoin, BITO. That's what I use to kind of track Bitcoin's price. I know it's not exact before somebody jumps all over me, but I use this as a proxy for Bitcoin, BITO. So a lot of the Bitcoin stocks, I mean, I see Bitcoin. I know I'm on a slight, I'm on a delay, but I see Bitcoin down about $2,300, down to about 42,000. Take a look at Mara, see what Mara is doing. As an example, let's see. Yeah, Mara's down almost 10%. So yeah, so that's certainly being affected. Now 5N, I wanted to look at 5N, FIVN. So this is down because I don't know. I'm just looking, I don't see any news on it. They're going to be in an upcoming conference participation that was announced after hours yesterday. But yeah, so this is gap down pretty severely, actually, not on a ton of volume. The 200-day moving average is 70.25. Maybe that holds it. Look at a firm too, guys. A firm that was such a great one at the end of the year. A firm that had a big run. So AFRM, and there's your next low looking left is around 40.33 for AFRM. Yeah, Nexi right now is somewhat unstoppable on no news other than it is a low float. The next high looking left for Nexi, NEXI, is 851 approximately, 846 to be exact on the weekly chart. Now, there are a couple of, now Flex, if you're looking at Flex, this is some kind of a spin-off. Okay, Flex, Flex. This is some kind of a spin-off. Completes a spin-off of remaining interest in Next Tracker. So that's the reason for. So this is not like a gap down on, I guess, horrible news or anything. But of course, the market, people looking at this and not really looking at the news, might just think this is just a horrible gap down. It's through the 200-day. And alt was weakening. Alt was weakening. ALT. All right. Now we're in for another negative open in the market. All right. What I want to do now is just take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See what sort of a list we've got. Probably a huge list again. Yeah, huge. So, guys, all I'm really going to have to look for is to see if there's anything that's really standing out in terms of an upgrade price. It's just too many to type in. Take a look at Tiva. They should have popped more. It seemed anyway when they had the positive ruling that went against Court, CORT. So Tiva has been upgraded to $12 by Piper Sandler. Let's take a look at STT. This has been upgraded by Goldman. Let's see if it's close to the upgrade price. Yeah, so this has been upgraded by Goldman to $92. So this is at 78 right now. I think originally they had it at 68. So really all I'm looking for now is to see if there's any stock that has been upgraded by multiple firms, and I do not. Let's take a look at ARQT. Well, NEXI just keeps making new highs. All right, so this has been upgraded by Mizuho to $8. Okay, and that's ARQT. So obviously it has a ways to go. All right, now I want to take a look at the downgrades. Again, a huge, huge, huge list of downgrades. I did not mention it. I know you mentioned that it's being added to the S&P something or other. Is it the 500? Not the 500, is it? Okay, guys, here's ABVC again. Let's see. Well, that's not good. Okay, so is that right? SEC, well, SEC will reject Bitcoin spot ETFs again. Mid cap 400. Thank you. Okay, real. Okay, guys. Still have an alert set for this ABVC up in this. Oh, that's too high. Should be around 230. It should put my alert around 230. It's still hovering around the VWAP, guys. At least it had some news. Okay, it had some news, and the news looks. I mean, look, it looks really eye-catching, doesn't it? Until you really look at it, and they're receiving $46 million of shares, $10 per share of a private company. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. It's a private company, so it's not like they can. Not like this is super liquid. They can't sell it on the market or anything like that. So that's the issue. But it looks eye catching if you don't dive into the press release. So that's what we got to hope for. If I'm going to take this again, if people don't really read into it. Yeah, EPH did a secondary, didn't? Well, is there a pricing of it though? Launches equity offering. I don't think there was a price though, was there? But they're certainly trying to take it, obviously, as they should. They're trying to take advantage of the massive price increase yesterday. Yeah, just don't see a price for it. And you see the $150 million equity offering, but we don't see what price it's being offered at or proposed. Yeah, Luis, we know what the number is or what they're trying to raise, but we just don't know at what price. Now, the thing is, it hasn't been hit hard, not yet anyway, and it may not be. All right, guys. Now let's take a look at the sectors. And my guess is, yeah, there's Riot moving down, Riot and Mara. So a lot of Bitcoin plays will be in turmoil today. Turmoil today. All right. From our toolbar, I'll click on docked, click on new, and then dock channel bar. Scroll down until I see show more. And let's get to the see what the major sectors are doing. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy, 80.9 for any 80.95% in green. What does that mean? Means that approximately 81% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what it means. Okay. So look at tech. Tech is still super weak. 95% are down. And that was kind of the way it was all day yesterday. That was the weakness in the market was because of tech. So right now, energy is the only really positive sector. Now remember yesterday, XLE, that was a star. This is the healthcare, still up. Yeah, I mean, look at the day. I mean, this is a massive, massive move. You know, it's sort of like this move it had back on the 13th of December. But healthcare stocks were really ripping yesterday. Just about any healthcare stock you could have picked. So still kind of strong. Now let's take a look at XLE. XLE, based on yesterday and today, should be above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, barely. So you see, there's that blue line on my daily chart. That's a 200-day moving average. And so it did close above it. And then XLP, too bad. It was getting closer to the 200-day, but yesterday it moved away from it. And I would be wrong. Look at this. I would be wrong. So right now, right now, there is only one major sector that's below the 200-day moving average, and I think that's utilities. And even utilities. So even though the market, so we've got virtually, I mean, XLU is right at that 200-day. We've got virtually all the major sectors above, just about above, or well above the 200-day moving average. Now let's take a look at XLK, okay, technology. Now it's going to be way above the 200-day moving average, but you're going to see, yeah, see after today, there's a 200-day moving average. ABVC guys, it's may not be dead. At least it had some eye-catching news. Morning, YouTubers, Shaw, YouTubers. All right, SIDU guys, you might want to keep an eye on this one. SIDU did have some news also. It popped up to about 10. Big, big pullback back to 7. This might get going over 832. I'm just looking at the high of the previous 15-minute candle right there. Meanwhile, yeah, I'm hearing IFBD making a new high. Jamie, good morning. Happy New Year. I have a note on my pad here regarding NEXE. It says you can have all you want at 338. I didn't take it. I think after I said that, it dropped down underneath 3. I thought, okay, great. And then that though, I wasn't really paying that much attention to it. And look what happened after that. All right, ABVC is just, if it takes out this high here, I really think it could get rolling. ABVC, that high right there, which is 239. And it's all about looking left right now. I mean, I think that a lot of traders will be looking at this, saying on this day back here in October is the daily chart, got up to 3 something, 330 or so. You mean on your price alert window? Have to make sure. I mean, I can't, of course. Let me just bring up my price alert window. Okay, so make sure also, okay, first of all, I mean, this is the obvious thing. You do have a price alert, right? Actions, it's checked. Price alert, set up the sound. Actually, all you have to do is this. If you right click and then go to actions, you should see a sound right here. Program files, you should see a sound. If you don't, that means you haven't set a price alert. The other thing to take a look at is right beside Brokerage Plus, and well, in between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there's a sound icon. Make sure there's not a slash through it. Okay, which means that you've turned off. You could have accidentally turned off all your sounds. Okay, and if both of those, if you have not turned off all your sounds and you do have a price alert, the only other thing I can think of is that you do have a volume. You do have a volume bar. Maybe it's really low. I don't know. I mean, albeit I really won't be able to help you if you actually do have a price alert set on it and you don't, and your sound toggle is not flashed through. You'll get it right. One more attempt. No, another attempt. The B is right beside the N, obviously. Yes, the B is right beside the N on the keyboard. There you go. Okay. All right, guys, 9:24. So, see the IFBD. I don't think I saw any news on this one. But just another low float. But look at that pullback now. 207 back down to 170. Yeah, I do see that. FOMC at 2 p.m. I do see that, Casa. Just the minutes. There's no presser at 2:30. Pretty early in the year, but that is what I saw scheduled also. Yeah, so both UPST and Affirm, FRM, I know Real mentioned this one also, UPST. So guys, really anything with tech right now is being, at least yesterday and so far today, is being kind of sold off. Tech sector is definitely the weakest. Okay, guys, here's another pharma. Look at this one, ARWR, big gap up now. Next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway is around 35.68. So this drop, so they did a financing. So they're doing a financing at 28.50. So this is another one that is, being somewhat rewarded for the financing. Hmm. Sorry, Cass, I missed that. Well, I don't know. Maybe the potential energy is building up for the ABVC to really pop through that VWAP once the market opens. I would certainly want to keep an eye on it. Okay, here's Run Solar Play. Run. So let's see what Dyne is doing. DYNE. So sorry, DYN. This is shortable for me also. Not that yeah, 900,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. A massive pop up to 30. Peloton. I cannot believe they're still advertising like crazy on TV anyway. Like crazy. Yes, thank you, William. So less than a minute, guys, for this market to open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down. I may make an exception for ABVC if it can pop through that VWAP. Doesn't look like it's going to, though, but as always, I'll wait for whatever alerts we get in the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown combo. Next is making market highs. It's not. It's actually, yeah, actually, there's the pre-market high at 745. So it is it broke above that briefly. NEXI. Okay, as Brian pointed out, it looks like this ABVC, it just is not attracting the interest. Not yet, anyway. So here's another energy stock, guys. Again, energy is probably the strongest sector this morning, anyway, in the pre-market. Now, of course, I'm going to take a look at all the sectors in about 20 to 30 minutes to see where they are. There's that PSTG the Real was talking about being added to the mid cap 400, S&P mid cap 400. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Okay, well now here's the DYNE, guys. The DYNE, sorry, DYN. This was the news this morning, surging after promising data on muscle disorder treatment. This is the news this morning for DYN. And yeah, I mean, it was huge. Well, it popped huge up to 30, but it's pulled all the way back down here. It's still up 38%. It's not a super low float. It's not high, 40 million. Look at that relative volume. Now the relative volume is kind of skewed at the beginning of the day because remember the relative volume looks at the time of day. So right now, yeah, up to this, take an average of what it did over the last 30 days, volume wise, it's 1,400 times normal, but percent times normal. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That is, yeah, that's 1,400 times normal. That is a ratio. All right. Now, some of these, now Walgreens had a big day yesterday, but look what is happening now to it. The market is, yeah, we're in for, well, obviously we're in for a weak open. Now, as opposed to yesterday, the Dow was up most of the day until the end, and the Nas was down a lot. The Dow did finish negative, but this is interesting. The Dow is down more than Nas right now. Let's take a look at XLK. See if there's a bit of a mini rally in tech stocks. Yeah, you can see right there the opening candle, a bit of a rally in tech stocks to begin. All right, now here is the SIDU. Boom. Look at this SIDU now, guys. In fact, I'm wondering if it's going to get halted. This looks like it's going to get halted. There it is. Yes. Halted, guys. And there's the anticipated open. So what you're seeing here, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This blue screen you see here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. How I thought it was going to get halted is because when I looked at the bid ask, it was 856, 857, and it was not moving. And for a stock like this, it's almost impossible to have a 1 cent spread. So there's your halt price. And this column is showing the potential of where it could open. Okay. Yeah. So this is probably indicative of a lot of the tech stocks, guys. Look at Dell. Big move here for Dell. Not big. I mean, it's not a big percentage move, but yeah, you're right. If WBI is also halted, so again, this is the halt price. You don't see the symbol here, but it is FWBI and potential open 570. Again, I have to say this every time because people may not hear me the first time. This is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this blue screen. This is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Your broker should have something similar. Well, there's SU guys. SU on the move here. Energy play. It's high looking left is 33.75. Take a look at XLE. Make sure XLE is still strong. Actually, it's not. It's sort of sold off, actually. So SU is sort of trading on its own. Now, meanwhile, DYN is giving it up again. Oh, I'd love to short this one, but it's so volatile right now. And Voyager yesterday, wasn't this one down? VYGR? Yeah, no, I know what happened. It sold off. I mean, it got up to 1172 and it closed down here at 9. And this is a bio, VYGR. Baird maintaining coverage with an outperform and a target of 18. That is for VYGR. So FWBI resumed. I mean, this got a ton of room also a few days ago. 4 days ago, it got up to what, 15 or so? 1451. Low float, guys. Low float, under a million in the float. Actually, that's one that I think has more in the float. I think it has more like 4 million in the float, but just let me do a check. 1.56 according to another site that I do trust. Still low. Okay, so one point, whether it's six hundred and 74,000 or 1.56, very very low float. Yeah, look at the CCC, four C's, guys. C4. All right, I remember this one back in December. It's some crazy, had an unbelievable 3-day run. It sold off that day though, did it? But it did hit a high of eight something. So that's what right there. 839 is the next high looking left for CCCC. C4, 4C. So shady long excuse me, SASI at 475. Other low float, 775,000 in the float. All right, guys, DYN now is right below here is 1665. Takes that out again. 1645. Got down to 1645. Meanwhile, well, I wonder if the price has been announced now for LBPH, because this is now starting to sink somewhat. Well, it's starting to fade now on that offering, but I don't see a price yet. Yeah, let's see if DYN can hold under 17. Maybe not. So the Saidu is now halted for longer than 5 minutes. So this could be a 10-minute halt. If you're unfamiliar with halts, it's a volatility halt. So basically, it's a program that kicks in if a stock moves up too much in a certain period of time. That's a very simple way of explaining it. The stock will get halted, sort of a pause. Usually they're 5-minute halts, but you can see the halt was at 9:35 plus 46 seconds. So this now, if it's going to be, and if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually they're multiples of five. So the next halt could resume at 9:45, 10-minute halt, 9:45 plus 46 seconds. So, a little less than a minute from now, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. All right. Well, let's see. 56 seconds. So in about 16 seconds, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, this will open. And this looks really, really good so far. Look at this. It just opened. It just opened. Look at this. Wow. This could get halted again, guys. Look at that bid ask. It's hanging at a penny. Almost impossible. I'm expecting a big red. There we go. Look at this. Potential now, guys. Potential of opening it in the $11 range for SIDU. Ooh, it's good on Shady. Anybody else who took the SASI, SASI? Pre-market high, 575. Low float. Low float mania, guys. So this is coming in, well, 560 or so. 566 is the 200-day moving average for SASI. I mean, it had some news, I guess. Next trip CEO, appointed as CEO. So that was the completion of an acquisition. Ah, shoot, I lost sight of the DYN. Got a little bit of room this one, guys. VERX, a little bit of room. The next high is 28.93, almost $29. Okay, so it's got about 50 cents of that next high. That is VERX. Ah, DYN, sugar. How many shorts available for LBPH at Interactive Brokers? I know there were a lot yesterday. Not a ton, 95,000, but this is definitely weakening. I still don't see a price. Would really help to look at that DYN. Makes me grumpy. If you caught it, that makes me feel really good. Voice dripping in sarcasm. No, I shouldn't say that, grumpy. So there was the alert, guys, for DYN. Okay, 1751. I'm gonna go over this in about maybe 30 minutes or so. The scans that I'm sharing, etc. So if you see it in brown, that is a suggestion to go short. So 1751. Oh, I know. I know it's long. Christine. Matters not to me. Life. Okay, let's see how much life has. LIFE. So this is the news reported a 9.9. Okay, so 9.9 percent stake. Yeah. Every time I see DYNE, it means it's made a new low. Not DYNE, sorry. DYN. That's the company is DYNE, Dine, but wow. Okay. Move on from that disappointment. All right, guys. There's TCOM here. TCOM, TCOM, China stock. It's got some room to 36.77. So that's about a dollar 50, $1.60 away, $1.50 away or so. So this has some room. Nordstrom's JWN. So my guess is retail. Well, there's probably not a positive sector. Maybe the oil sector or energy sector is positive, but Nordstrom's. Now there's the 200-day moving average. That's got room, guys. 1679. That is got some room. There's the 200-day moving average. So that could support it, but that's kind of far enough away. If the market keeps weakening like it is. This I do. Look at this potential open 11. SIDU. Oh, KSS Coles, guys. Look at this interesting one. 2680 is the low. The next low, well, it is broken through that. So the next low looking left for KSS is 24.78. That's $2 away. Well, that LBPH is really giving it up now. LBPH, well, at the beginning, it seemed to be shaking off the news of the financing. It certainly is being affected now. Just don't have a price of the financing. Hmm. Well, more than Grumpy took this one, the DYN. Look at that. What a great short. And the Saidu open, guys, 11. Okay, nice trade on the SASI. I'm sure most are out now. The topping tail now got up to 577. Is giving it up a dollar now. Now, remember, we were looking at XLK the first 15 minutes and it had a nice green bar. My guess is that's been replaced. Yeah, it's starting to be replaced with a red bar. This is the big tech ETF. Uh, well, remember, this hit $30 in the pre-market. Yeah, you're right. This could actually turn negative. Excuse me while I mute myself and say a horrible word. What happened was that it got over 17, I think, or right up to 17. I think the ask was at 17 right here. And I thought, okay, well, maybe it's going to have that, a surge. And so I just took my eyes off it for about, I don't know, 15 seconds. And that's all it took. Now, could I, obviously if I had taken it 15 seconds later, I'd be, I'd be very happy. But, I just didn't obviously know it was going to do this to this extreme. Jobs numbers are coming out in a minute, Neil says in our YouTube room at 10 o'clock. Okay. Let's see if that helps at all. Oh, sorry, I just missed your, do we have a news scanner? Sort of. I mean, we have a news tab here. If you see my screen, Dennis? I remember you. Can you see my screen? Okay, so I guess actually to answer your question, no, we don't scan for news, okay? But understand that there can be so much news, what even if we can kind of scan for news, said, okay, show me, does DYN have news? Okay, well, here's all the news. Okay, so we don't scan for news, okay? Most companies are going to have some news every single day. Problem is sifting through what is, what you want to really see or not want to see. Right, Grumpy, this could go negative. 19 cents. 19 cents. So the jobs number came up. Jobs numbers were released at 10, I guess, and there was a sort of a spike in the SPY, but okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on Nexi, NEXI. I have this one. Oh, the agony. Anyway, take a look at Nexi, guys. So trying to hold that ADMA, the VWAP. It's through the VWAP, 626, way through it now, maybe a little too late. Okay, so the market now is trying to turn green, I guess, on those jobs numbers, the job numbers that came out at 10 o'clock. Market's trying to turn green a little bit here. All right, manufacturing employment for December, 48.1 versus 45.8 prior. Manufacturing prices for December, 45.2 versus 47.5 expected, 49.9 prior. All right, guys, VNRX, keep an eye maybe on VNRX. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, to me, it looks like it's got too much resistance around 130. The next high looking left is 120. And then when you look in the weekly chart, a lot of stuff happening at 130. So it may not have enough room. I think it had some news. Yeah, If Hutton reiterates a buy, maintaining a $4.50 price target. It was the Nexi guys, NEXI. All right, now actually, PSTG is starting to sink a little bit here, showing up on the option activity scanner. So yeah, they were added to the S&P Mid Cap 400, and it hit a high of 37. Boy, I mean, look left, look how much room it's got underneath. Not saying it's going to get down there, but definitely weakening as the market is gaining a little bit of strength, a little bit of strength. Okay, here's the first one in that scan. So this is what I'm going to do. I said I would do this. I take 400 shares, buy, ask, whoops, buy, send. This is in our this is in the simulator, okay? I'm going to take the stocks that appear in the option activity. I wish we'd get some a little more expensive ones, but let's see what happens with the APLT. Yeah, the next high looking left is 434 on the daily chart. This is what I'm talking about right there. APLT, the combo scan, which I'll explain in about 20 minutes or so. Well, actually, Dine is actually having a bit of a bounce now. DYN having a bit of a bounce off the 13 something, and it's bouncing up. Yeah, wow, $12, 12 to 33, the low. So I actually bounced $2. Hmm. I think this YRD had a big day yesterday. YRD, if you remember, yes, Urenda. Was it used to be called? Was it Urenda? Maybe it was another stock. Unless they just changed their name, like they dropped the DA at the end. Pretty low float, 33 million. China stock. Wow, Nexi over 7 now, guys. Nexi over 7. So look at this bit of a schizo market again. Big topping tail now. That looked like there was a big green candle at one point, but the market is selling that. so far. Well, it's reversed a bit anyway. Whether, how much more it's gonna reverse, that was a big reversal, $2, over $2 now. Okay, guys, let's see how much APLT has now. It just took out that high, so let me back this out a little bit. The monthly chart. Now it's got room on the monthly chart. Monthly high 675, and that's for the APLT. APLT. Well, the jobs number had initially it had a nice effect. It was a big giant green candle all the way up here, but then the market just sort of said we don't care. So initially it looked like it was going to have a pretty positive effect, but come on, get that bid catching up to the ask for APLT. APLT. Don't have a lot of faith though, guys, in holding some of these things too long. I mean, these smaller ones are typically not too affected by the overall market, but market's a little bit of a bit of a gloom scenario right now. So, wow, look at it go. Okay, it's got to get that bid catching up to the ask a little bit more. PSTG guy, yeah, this is really starting to fall here. Still positive for the day, but with the overall market, I think it's just falling with the overall market now. Whoa, Nexi. Look at Nexi now. High now, a high of the day, at least it was when it hit 876, and it's just been halted, I'm sure. Maybe not. No, it has not been halted, sorry. Well, so much for that high looking left. That high looking left was 846, so it's a little bit above that now. Take a look on a weekly chart where it could keep going. So almost $10, almost $10. is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for NAXI. Excuse me. And no news. No news that I can see anyway. I think we were looking at in the pre-market to see if we could find any sort of news on Nexi. Could not find any, other than the fact that it's a crazy low float. Let me check that site again and see what float information they've got. Want to see how close close it is to what we have. Yeah, it's about the same. 850,000, so 718. So certainly in the ballpark. All right, TECH Tech. Look at this one. Whoa, look at this one. 68.80. Wow. So it's through the 200-day moving average, TECH. Not a lot of volume, 1.5 times normal, but only 136,000 shares. I'm not even sure I've seen this one before. So this is a bio. It's called biotech, but 68.80 is the next low looking left. Tons of shares available at Interactive Brokers, over 3 million. Okay, guys, I'm trying this one on a short. Just want to see 68.64, and this is the TECH. Again, this is not a suggestion to do the same thing I'm doing. It's just something I just testing here. It's all about, for me anyway, it's all about looking left to see how much room there is, where it could keep going until it hits that next low. Obviously, that's far enough away. Nobody's saying it's getting down there, just but at least I don't have to worry about chart support. Just keeping an eye on the tech guys, the TECH. It's basically where I shorted it. So 1 minute. I'm sure he meant 1 minute, PJ. So this is not a day, I think, anyway, to hold on to things. So look at the sassy now. It's a great trade. but you can't wander away. This has gone negative. No, it hasn't gone negative, but what, it hit a high of 571 and all the way down here now. Great trade, but you just, I don't think this is a day to hold some of these things. Take your profit while you can, in my opinion. I did not take this short of PSTG. This is just kind of, in my opinion anyway, just kind of following the market to a certain extent. Still positive for the day. See if there's a price of that financing. I still don't see a price for it, LBPH. Just waiting to see if tech can break 73. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting now on to see if the tech can take out 73. From yesterday, ASTR, pretty tough to commit to this one, guys. Look at these two topping tails on the previous 2 days. At one point the stock was up to that price, 267, sold back down to, well, yesterday sold all the way back down to 217. So this could easily stall it. All right, guys, took myself out of the tech minor gain. Was hoping for a big 73 break, didn't happen. That's the TECH. Yeah, I don't right now. I don't see a reason to go long ABVC. I mean, to me, this has been a bit of a disappointment. I mean, the news, in my opinion, very well. I don't want to say misleading, but when you look at the headline, if you look at this headline, okay, you think, my goodness, 460 received shares worth $460 million. Looks awesome. What you don't see here, and I know I saw I did see a more expanded headline. What it is, it's 46 million shares of a $10 company that is private. So it's not like they've got, I mean, who knows how much they can ever sell that for, what, their market for it, the whole bit. I'm not saying it couldn't bounce again, but based on that headline, I thought that this would really, really rip a lot more, a low float. I mean, I know it's up 61%, but I thought, if it could hold in the 230 mark, because when you look left on the daily chart, look at all the room it's got. But, again, when you read thoroughly that, press release, you realize that it's okay, yeah, it looks good, $460 million, but what does that really mean in terms of liquidity? Now that TDCX is a, potential buyout. If you know that draw? I did see that in the pre-market, I think 660, a preliminary non-binding proposal letter, okay? So that, and I think it was at 660, yeah. Company got an acquisition offer from Laurent Junique, its founder, executive chairman, et cetera, for a purchase price of 660 a share, okay? All right, guys, well, before I do that though, let's take a look at ATHA, what it is doing. Nice move, but to me, it looks like it could be coming into some resistance. It's over the VWAP, 292. That is the VWAP. So it is over that. But when you look left on a weekly chart, you see, to me anyway, I see, between the current price and 320 could be a roadblock. All right. Let me now go over what you're going to find on my homepage. And there still is a 25% promo code that you can use. You won't see that on my homepage, but let me just put this in first. The promo that you can use still. You get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And then I'll put my homepage link in. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. Now there's the promo code to use, New Year 25. You'll get 25% off, okay? Because when you click on my homepage, you'll see a different promo code for 25% off, but that is no longer valid. And I'm pretty sure that, I didn't get the Rudy who looks after my homepage to make the change. I'm pretty sure that's going to be over tonight. Okay. When I say over, I'm talking about this, the New Year 25. Okay. Probably over at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay. So again, if you want 25% off, use the New Year 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some point, please use the promo code. This will really, really help to keep this room free. That is the goal, to keep the room free. And the only way we can do it is if at some point in time you want to take out a subscription, just use my promo. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes. It runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows. Okay. This will give you, I wouldn't care too much about doc layout, but certainly, you should know what a top list window is, what an alert window is. That's sort of the backbone of what Trade Ideas is all about. And if you are new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this series of videos together, Trading 101. This is free. I do a stock of the day video. It is free. So I was surprised. There is a trade of the week this week. It is TME. Let me see what it's on. I probably did not trigger. Did not trigger yesterday anyway. The trigger was 910. Yeah, so it did not trigger. When you get the email, it's all laid out. Now, first of all, this is free. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, it might be there. And you'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. And when you get it, you'll see it's an email, and it'll explain, the why it was picked as the trade of the week. But there's always a trigger. They say the suggested entry, and in this case, it was 910, never hit. So it's not a bad trade of the week right now. It's sort of a non-event. Okay, and there's a stop. Education, big education section is here. So again, here is our user guide. Great user guide. Don't get hung up on how much is in this user guide. It's like any other software program. There is a lot in a manual, but you don't have to learn everything. There's the getting started. I would take a look at the alert window and top list window. Okay, this is in more detail. I want to learn a little bit about stock racing and price alerts, setting price alerts on the charts. For me, so important to my style of trading anyway. You don't have to stare at a chart all day long. You can just set a price alert. And if it hits the price that you're looking for, what will happen is your price alerts window will pop up in your screen. You cannot miss it. So in the education section on my homepage, there's the user guide, getting started series again, daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I will confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie. I'm assuming it's Jamie. And last, if you're looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link, scroll down till you see this middle section here. These are the scans that I am currently sharing. So if you're looking for the movers in the pre-market, got these two top list windows here. Pre-market actives up and down. This will show you the gappers, either up or down in the pre-market. This is the halts resumes right over here, pretty active today. Abnormal option activity is up here. And then my momentum scan is right there. So these are the scans. Some of you cannot see. This is my 10-day daily breakout. Nothing on the breakdown, even though the market's down quite a bit today. Nothing on the breakdown, 10-day daily breakdown. These are the ones in the 10-day daily breakout. But I do have other scans, and I still love this scan. It's just not right now. I mean, I had yesterday. I think we had 3 alerts. 2 of them were pretty good. So far, this one, yeah, modest. I mean, 420, and I got up to 435 or 440, but no continuation. As I'm saying, I think today is the day. Yesterday was, to me anyway, the same thing. Had to be fairly nimble. I mean, look at the side do now. Sure, if you close your eyes and walked away from your computer, and got it at 10, but you would have been in for a rocky ride. And I think side do was halted again. And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, it's got up to 1167 and it got all the way down to 932. Okay. And remember, it's a very, very low float. Anything could have it. This could have, collapsed all the way down to the open. I mean, it didn't. It is reversed. Anyway, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Now, this is a support room also. Okay. So don't feel that you're interrupting me. If you have a question, by all means, ask. Okay, so Dennis, you're talking about, for instance, I've got the 15-minute chart, a daily chart, and a weekly chart. Okay, so are you wanting to have multiple time, like you want to have multiple charts, or do you just want to have one chart and be able to change the time? I shouldn't ask two questions. Do you want So you don't want multiple charts? Okay, so it depends on the version of okay, this I know this will work for sure. If you right click, okay, time frame. Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm not when you say no so you do want again, I'm going to have to ask the question. Do you want multiple charts? Okay, because you have above no multiple charts. So I was okay. So multiple charts. So the first thing to do is take your chart that you've got. You probably have one chart up, right? Easiest thing to do, in my opinion, is just imagine if this were your chart. Okay, if this were your one chart that you had up, okay, all you have to do is just duplicate it. Right click, duplicate it. Here it is. Now you can change. So this is 15 minutes. Now, I don't know, depends on the version of trade ideas you've got. If you have a little clock here, that's probably the simplest way. And then you can see all the different time frames. So I can now select week. If you don't have that clock, then just right click where it says time frame is the menu you can pick. Okay. So that's how you do it. So basically the thing is to you duplicate your charts. Now if you have our premium service, you can have 20 charts. If you have our standard service, you can have 10 charts. Now, if you want them connected, so that when you click on an alert, it'll change to the symbol, both of them, then don't forget to do this, right click. When you go to properties, see where it says symbol linking. So just check symbol linking. If you do, every time you click on an alert, probably you do, because you want multiple time frames for the same stock. So just make sure that you right click, go to properties, and this box pops up and you see where it says symbol linking. Right now it's unchecked for me. Just check it. So if I check it right now, when I click on YRD, this will change to YRD. And if I checked it over here, it would have changed to YRD also. So are we good? Or did I go too quickly? If I did, just let me know. Don't be shy. Okay. If it's not working for you, just let me know. And I'm assuming you're using our downloadable application, not the web-based version. Okay, good. Yeah, no, you wouldn't want to do that. You wouldn't want to have to change. You see me every now and then, I'll change to this weekly chart to a monthly chart. If when I look left, I can't see anything. But other than that, I basically keep it on the 15 daily and weekly. And again, don't forget to save your work, okay? Any little change you make, even if you think it's minor, don't forget to save your work. Now, the simplest way is file, exit, and it's going to ask, do you want to load this layout again the next time you load trade ideas? Because what it'll do, it'll save your layout, everything you've done. And then when you load trade ideas tomorrow, it'll load your layout exactly the way you have it and with all the changes you may have made today. Yeah, I do see the tech is underneath 73 now. Definitely being helped by the market. Okay, guys, just let me continue briefly about talking in general about what trade ideas is. For anybody who's new, so we are a scanner. Look at this Voyager VYGR. Will not be a 10-day daily breakout unless it takes out yesterday's high. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so we are a scanner. Okay, a lot of screening programs out there that you can buy, but we are excellent at real time alerting. So if I take a look at this momentum scan, the A stands for an alert window. And if I right click on it, it's going to tell me exactly, if I click on the summary, in English language, what this scan is looking for. Just give me one moment, please. Just let me answer Trevor's question. I saved the layout version of of Momo with the changes I've made to the filters and our price range. You don't have to, no, as long as when you exit trade ideas, get rid of this. When you exit trade ideas, give me a moment. File exit. The reason I don't do this right now is because sometimes it disrupts my linking with interactive brokers. Okay, so but if you click on the exit, then it's a little box is going to pop up, and it should say something like, do you want to save this layout and have this layout load for you next time you load trade ideas, something like that. Okay. Now, it is always good practice to save individual scans that you create and your layouts to the cloud also. If you go to the channel, okay, I see what you're talking about. No, so the question now I understand your question. So if you go to the doc channel bar, and if I go into pre-market as an example, okay, and I make a change, pre-market movers. So now whatever this is, or up gappers, I don't want to see I want to see the open the top. Bottom line is if you make a change in the channel, okay, and then you come back to that channel, no, it is not saved. The reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everybody. And the fact that you may want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay. What I would do is this though. If you go to a channel and there's something like some scan that you like, for instance, if you like the pre-market movers, I'll just this is in the gappers, sorry, in the pre-market channel. I would just get it free floating. Oops, because you can't do it free floating right here. No. Okay. Well, there we are. So now it's free floating. Okay. And then you can save it to the cloud, save or share to the cloud. And now it's in your cloud. That's a little confusing. Let me do another one because there are several in here. So let me go to another one. So this is a top list window. And if you wanted this one, the biggest losers today, right click, duplicate into a free floating window. Exactly. You can build your own channel with items that you like. Now you don't have to build, you don't have, I call it a layout. Okay. You don't have to create a channel necessarily. But you see what I've done here. If I wanted this biggest losers today, if I want to start creating a layout, either from my scans, I have my scans I'm sharing, of course. You get it on your screen. If you see something in a channel bar that you like, so again, the biggest losers today, I right click on it, duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, it popped up on my other monitor. This is what they call the tree version of it. This is be the sort of the a typical version, on a top list. This is what they call the tree version, sort of a heat map. And so now it's on your screen, and you're right. Now you can go into the individual channels and maybe extract scans that you want. Keep them all on your screen, obviously. And then if you want some of mine, from my homepage, get them on the screen, and then now you can save it as a layout. So let me so there it is right here. Imagine that, you're building your own layout, and then at some point, file, save or share to cloud. I would click on entire layout. I would give it a name, Trevor's first layout or something, and save it. The reason you save things to the cloud, I would save individual scans and I would save entire layouts to the cloud. One of the reasons is you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can have it on as many different devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer. I've got a couple of laptops, a couple of tablets. I can have trade ideas on all those devices. If I go out and buy a new laptop tomorrow, all I have to do is just load the program, okay, and then file, load from cloud. So, all the things that I've saved into the cloud, I can bring back, including layouts or individual scans. So I don't have to create everything from scratch on every new device. Now, you can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, though. But the other reason to save things to the cloud, like scans and all that, there were times I have built many, many scans over, since 2010, since started as a subscriber. And every now and then, what I'll do is I'll take a look at a scan that I created and I'll look, I wonder how it's doing now. Maybe I don't have it up and running right now. Maybe I haven't had it up and running for years. Let me take a look at it and go, this doesn't look so bad. I do a little history and see what sort of alerts I got. And I think, okay, how about, I usually do this on the weekend if I'm going to do anything like that. Then I say, okay, you know what? How about if I should maybe watch it next week? Right? So if I look on Saturday and I see something that I may have created years ago, I might load it and put it in my layout. So on Monday, I'll take a look at it and see what sort of alerts I get. Okay, so that's why, and save your layouts to the cloud too. Obviously, the other main reason, if I have a desktop computer, if anything happened to it, again, pain in the it's a pain, but buy a new computer, load all the programs, load trade ideas, and then file load from cloud, my layouts. So I don't have to start everything again. Why are you sending a chart what a layout though? Why are you sending it to a chart? Dennis. I mean, you can do that, but why do that? I mean, if you have what I've got here, I've got my 3 layout, my 3 charts. No, just click on it. And if you've done it correctly, if you just click on the alert, it's gonna change in all the time frames. As long as assuming you did this, right click, go to properties and symbol linking, check the symbol linking. You don't have to send it to a chart, like another step. If you've got the symbol linking checked on your charts, okay, it works. I know it would work. Okay, you're welcome. Is there a pre-built scan for scalping? What do you mean by scalping exactly, JRX? Everybody has different ideas. What is your definition of a scalp? Okay, well maybe I'll throw some. I mean, there are people that want to put 2 cent stops to make 5 cents. Okay, so why would you be doing that though? Just I'm trying to figure out why. If the trade was still working, why would you get out of a trade? I'm just trying to understand why. Are you going to say to yourself, you know what? I don't care what's happening. I'm going to get out in 2 minutes. I mean, we have people who email us, and they want to put like 2 cent stops on and to make 5 cents. It'll never happen. Okay, I mean, first of all, you're up against. It'll just never happen. Okay, certainly not with our program. But if you're okay, so 3 EMA, so 5, 8, and the 13 EMA. We don't have EMAs number one. Okay, I know it sounds crazy. We don't have EMAs number one. Can you stick around for an hour? The reason I say that is because in our YouTube room, I want to confirm that it is Jamie. Yeah, so Jamie was listening to me. Well, if you can stick around, and at 12 o'clock in our YouTube room, and I'll give you the YouTube link. Jamie is going to be taking over for me, and he's way more of a scalper than I am. I mean, okay, I mean, he will look at buying 5,000 shares of something and makes 2 or 3 or 4 cents on it. Okay, that to me is true scalping. Okay, so I don't have anything. I don't think credit is. So you might get some information from him. Maybe he has some kind of a scan. He looks at though that he looks at the time and sales. I don't know if he has a. I mean, he has some kind of a scam. I don't think though he goes into the trade saying, "Well, I want to make 3 cents. If I make 3 cents, I'm out." But you can certainly ask him. Okay, this is the YouTube link. Okay, in case you might want to put it somewhere. Okay, that's the YouTube link. Okay, it's not there yet. He'll be there in. I've got a confirmation. He'll be there in about an hour. Okay, at 12 o'clock Eastern. You can ask him. So bottom plays or topping plays. Okay, so I do have something that you can take a look at. I'm not using it right now. But Dennis, I do have something that you can take a look at. It's called bouncer stoppers. And let me just get my homepage link up again. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you'll be at the top here, scroll down, here are my scans, and one of them is called bouncers and toppers. Okay, so you can take a look at that. Those are stocks that are maybe oversold or overbought and due for a reversal. Okay, you can take a look at it. There are two scans in there. One for the tops and one for the bottoms. Understanding that just because you get an alert that this might be a bottom play, you don't just pile into the trade. I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to, pop, and you can always adjust, price ranges and just one moment, please. Yeah, I'm muted. I said goodbye to my wife, not forever, but went off to work. Wonder when that happened. Oh, it ticks me off. Thank you, Pepe, though. Well, to encapsulate what I said, if you, I'm not sure I'm not sure at what point I got muted or I muted myself. If I'm intraday trading, I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Two ways to do it: relative volume and also the option volume. So if I see stocks that are trading abnormally option volume wise, plus trading abnormally option wise, I definitely want to pay attention. I don't trade options, but for instance, if I look at GCT, it's traded 1,600 contracts so far, and that represents 282% of normal, 2.8 times normal as a ratio. The minimum in here has to be at least 500 contracts and 150% or 1.5 times normal. Color coding is like this. If you see it in brown, if you see it in brown, then that is a suggestion to short. And if you see it in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Did you ever save it to the cloud, Todd? Did you ever save your halts window to the cloud? I think I'm going to anticipate your response. Maybe. Okay. Well, very simple. File, load from cloud, do a search, type in halts, and see if you took mine, then it's going to start off with halts. Just type in halts and see if it's there. If I type in halts right now, you're typing. There it is for me. So again, just file, load from cloud, and then do a search. If it's not there, just go to my home page and you can load it. But and if it's not there, please, guys. I mean, I know I sort of nag. Save everything you do to the cloud. Everything. Individual scans that you create, layouts that you create, save everything to the cloud. It's very, very simple. Here's my alert window here. Right click, save or share to cloud. Done. It's in the cloud now. So if I accidentally shut this down, no problem. I just load it from the cloud. Okay, so why am I not hearing the presenter? Meaning me. Okay. Yeah. So save everything, individual scan, everything to the cloud. Okay. So you can go to my homepage. You know how to do that, right? I'll put the link into my homepage again. Okay. So there's my homepage link. Click on it and scroll down to the scan section, and there's the halt resumes. Okay. Wow, there's the ABVC, guys. ABVC. So it did take out that VWAP in a big way. All right, let's take a look now. There's the VWAP. Well, okay, the VWAP actually was really got a lot lower. At one point, it was, of course, it does move all day long, of course, but that was around 225 earlier. mean, it doesn't give a lot of confidence, you know. I mean, every time it pops up, the sellers come in and knock it down. And it's not that, I mean, there are a few shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers, about 15,000. It's not that it's heavily shorted or anything, but with 5.9 million in the float. So again, it's a low float. Ooh, I'd like to get into it. I really would. I'm not 100% convinced yet. ABVC. I mean, it's all about looking left. I mean, look at this. I mean, 336, the next high looking left, other than today's high, of course. All right. Well, I'll put another price alert in this area, see if it takes it out again. And by the way, guys, that's the example of the price alerts, how it works. So if I put a price alert on this one right here, let me put it above, a little bit above. Hopefully it'll trigger almost immediately. Okay, see what happened. So this is my price alerts window, okay? And to load your price alert window, just go to new and then price alerts, okay? Now, if you've never done one before, of course, it'll be blank. My advice is this, is that you don't have to have it taking up screen space. And in fact, I think it's better not to. It's better, in my opinion, anyway, to minimize the window. And then you see what happens when you get a price alert, it'll pop up on your screen. So you can't miss it. Okay. You cannot miss it. You can put a sound alert, right click on it and actions. And then you can follow the instructions here. If you want, you can put a sound alert on it also. So basically, I mean, obviously it saves you. I mean, we didn't invent the concept of price alerts, but it just saves you from having to stare at a chart, until maybe a price that you're looking for gets hit. So to do it, you just have to, here's my pointer. There's a dotted line that's following it along. If I can eyeball it well enough, I'm at 234 right now. I right click, create the price alert at 234. Obviously, if I want to put in another dollar amount, I can. I typically don't put any notes, and then I save it, and that's it. Blue line on my chart. If it hits that price, it'll turn green. Okay, guys. So the question is what does the count do? Do I have count here? Okay, so what that 150 would mean, as an example, it means that GCT has made 150 new lows for the day. So it's an interesting way. I don't really pay attention to it too much here. It's an interesting way to see stocks that are really having a lot of momentum. Okay, so this is on the low side. This one, VYGR, the 138, that means it made 138 new highs for the day. That'd be penny by penny too, but so that's what the count means. You can do it for other things, like if your alert was new 5-minute highs, as an example, and you had the count filter as a column, you would see that it would tell you how many times did it make a new 5-minute high, as an example. Typically, I think it's mainly used for new highs and new lows, and the number of times the stock did that. So how many times? Could be infinity, in theory. Like a 1-cent stock that gets up to $100, there's no max. Now, I think Real does it. You can put a minimum. In other words, don't show me the stock unless it's hit, 40 new highs for the day or 25 new highs for the day. And the count filter is, you just literally, if you right click, configure, and do a search and type in count. There we are. So it's a filter. So you could add the filter. And so if you could say, don't show me a stock unless it's made 25 new highs for the day or 25 new lows for the day, as an example. And the theory being, again, a stock that keeps making new high after new high after new high, or new low after new low after new low, it's a stock, is a pretty high momentum type stock. All right, guys. Let's see, GC Onvo. Let's take a look at Onvo. Let's see what it is doing. Probably a low float. Yeah, 8.6 million in the float. Well, I mean, look, the next high is a dollar 40 or so. A little bit of room to that next high. So ZIM had another choppy though. I mean, I look at these 15-minute charts, topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, the problem is, I mean, how many shares are you going to take based on your risk amount that you're willing to risk? And so, where are you going to put a stop? You can't take too many shares. But shipper, all the stuff happening in the world right now with shipping. So it is having another second day, nice day. Keep an eye on the SIDU, guys. It is sort of trying to make another move. Again, low, low, low float. Did have some news, whether that warranted being up 72%. Doesn't really matter what we think, but there's your news for it. Michael Anthony, you ask every single day, how does PAGS look? How does it look to you? How does PAGS look to you? For what? Swinging? I mean, it's already been on a nice weekly move. Next high looking left is on the weekly chart is 1318. Actually, 1284 was the high last week. But, I can't really add much more. It's not trading anything abnormally. Brazilian stock. Since it broke the 200-day moving average, let's say back in November 22nd. So, since then, it's had a fairly nice move, but I can't really add any more to it. Big float. Well, looking at Nexi, the no news Nexi, there's the VWAP 710. There is the ADMA and the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You can kind of see that it's, holding it if you're into looking at moving averages like that. And of course, another very, very low float. No, guys, Oprah's got a little bit of room here. Opera, OPRA, got a little bit of room. Next high looking left is 1367, I think. 1364 on the daily chart. So it's got a little bit of room to keep running until it would hit that. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but ugh, this is ugly. EJH. AMPE. Okay, so AMPE, the next high looking left is 278. 40 cents. So I mean it's got room. Low, another low float, 814,000 or so in the float. Yeah, well, I mean, it'll certainly be more active. There's no question. It'll be more active. The main reason is because there will be many, many, many more 10-day daily breakouts or downs, which is of course one of the criteria. We're just not seeing too many 10-day daily breakouts or downs. And if we are seeing it, so let's take a look. So yeah, I might as well just explain this a little bit. This scan that I really do like it. It's been a little dormant now for a few days. Typically, we may only get, I don't know, 5 or 6, 7 alerts a day anyway. But it's been definitely dormant. Now, what it's doing, so if you look at this don't repeat, okay, this is the don't repeat version of the option scanner. This is the repeating version. So you see YVGR, the first time we had the alert was at 9:45. The price was 10.67. This is the repeating version. So you can see from then, now it's at 11:35 from 10.67. Pretty good. So when we were looking at these two scans independently, what I was finding is that sometimes you'd see the same symbol in the breakouts and the breakdowns in the abnormal option activity. And I was saying, you know what? We should really, scan through the list and compare it to the list over here, option activity, and see if the same symbol is in both lists. In other words, and then Pepe, I don't know, a month ago, 3 weeks ago, said, well, instead of having to do the comparisons of the two lists, you combine the scans so that if there is the same scan in both of these, then you'll see it here. So that was the birth of this. It was a nice little time saver instead of having to, scroll down here or take a look here, look here. And you can see today there's only one APLT. You can see it here, 10-day daily breakout, and here in the option. So for instance, HLP, why isn't it there? Good reason, doesn't trade options. Option volume 0. So it doesn't trade options at all. And let's take a look at a few of them here. Nexi doesn't trade options, zero. So it's not going to show up. And now we know APLT does. Sassy, it does trade up, but so few. Remember, the minimum, it has to be 500 contracts, 9 contracts. So this one, I think what happened here is that this was up and then it was down. Yeah, because this would have been a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, right at the top here. That's why it was barely a 10-day daily breakout right at the top here. It all depends on the time too when you get the alerts. Anyway, that's the reason that you're not going to see too many that make it into both scans. They are different scans. You're not going to see too many that are going to be in the same scan, which is great. If you're new to trading, it gets you to only focus on a few stocks for the day. Meanwhile, the market has put in about an hour. Well, this candle just started. So 45 minutes of, we'll call it recovery. Well, let's take a look. So Annie just turned green. So let's take a look at BITO. Yeah, well, I can see Bitcoin had a rally too because it was at one point down 2,000. I see it's down 1,300 or so right now. So Bitcoin, and then this is what I use to kind of track the crypto market. And you can see BITO. And so let's take a look at Mara. My guess is that Mara will look very similar. It's actually gone positive. So this one, oh, I think Real mentioned this one in the pre-market is Agio, AGIO. Because I remember a huge spike up to 35, all the way back down. It actually went negative down to 20, about 22. It is mildly positive now. Probably had some news. So, I mean, this looks, obviously the news looks good. So disorder drug meets the goals of late stage study. So that caused the pop, And then it just sold off. Okay, guys, give me a moment. It's 11:34. Give me about. I'll be back at about 11:40. Now, last time we looked, Nexi was looking interesting, and there it goes. Remember, we're saying how it's holding the moving averages, I believe. Do we have RSI divergence alerts? Okay, first of all, let's take a look. Right click, configure, click on strategy or search. I just want to type in RSI, see what we've got. So here we don't, but I have a feeling if I click on the Market Explorer, let me just see. There we go. So I'm talking to somebody, Billy, in our YouTube room. The question was, do we have RSI divergent alert? So we have it all long and short on the daily. Okay. And in order to get that, now, unfortunately, no, it's not necessarily unfortunately, but there is no customization. Okay. So to find that, and you can hear me, right? You can see me or see what I'm doing, Billy? Talking to Billy in our YouTube room. No, unfortunately, you cannot. These were put together by Michael Moss, and yeah, so no, whatever. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's just take a look to see what. And again, you have no control. So let's go the daily divergence long, and let's see what happens. Let me get rid of my announcement. So there's Coco. I don't use this, by the way, but if you're, yeah, I mean, so daily divergence long, and for Coco, so when I click on it, I'm not sure, what this is going to really tell me. Yeah, only the daily. Yeah. As far as intraday, but it's not divergence. RSI unable to get oversold, RSI unable to get overbought. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. I mean, yeah, you got a ton of alerts. So I guess what they're trying to say here is that, most people when they look at RSI and they have an idea that a high RSI means it's overbought, but it's saying, basically, you know what? It's strong and it's still strong. But anyway, Billy, yeah, that's it for what you're looking for specifically for divergence. That's all there is. Just give me a moment, guys. My music just stopped. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1. Jamie will be taking over for me. Well, a lot of volume just came into AISP. That's why it's showing up in the momentum scan. A lot of volume. Look at the big volume pop for it. The next high looking left is 215. And then after that, 243. So if we can get through 215, then it's got definitely has some room to run if it can get through 215 for AISP. Well, I'll stick an alert here at 215 and see if it takes it out. I mean, it's right there. Yeah, we have no float for it, but I'm sure it's low. And if you're asking why don't we have? Good question. But in all seriousness, we don't have a float for it. Let me see if the other 2.8 million, 2.8 million is another website that I checked. 2.8 million. It maybe it's too new. I don't know. It started trading as AISP 2 weeks ago, and maybe the reason that our provider doesn't have it. But it appears that it's about 2.4 million. What did I say? 2.8 million. So if you're interested in, if you can do one of two things. First of all, if you don't see any float value that for us, then you can take a look at this. Okay. Oops, wrong link. This is what I use just to do a confirmation either, especially for these low floaters. I mean, some of these low floaters is really difficult to get a handle on what the float is. Well, I like dilution tracker, and they have. I'm sort of sold on dilution tracker as being the one that seems to be right the most times, and they have 2.8 million. You're looking at outstanding. Okay, it says 27 point. Like this is what it says: 2.8 million in the float, 27.5 million outstanding. So obviously, there's a difference between the float, the outstanding, and the float. Right here, dilution tracker, JREX. Okay, dilution tracker. Not sure who our provider is anymore, Billy. I know we used to have fax set or something, fax check or fax set. Not sure who it is now. I know they were looking to change it, but I have no idea if they have. Yeah, I just wouldn't overstay the welcomes on these, guys. I just don't see big follow throughs. But let's see if it can take out that high again. It briefly took it out. 215 was the high, and it got up there. Okay, guys. So in about 10 minutes, Jamie is going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Good idea to head over to YouTube when I take my break between 12 and 1, 5 days of the week, five different traders. We all have different trading styles. Jamie is definitely more of a scalper than I am. Doesn't mean he doesn't do other things, but he will take a look at scalping. Oh, I'm a day trader, Billy. I'm not a scalper. No, I mean, I'm not. I don't go into a trade with a certain hold time. I'm not trying to make 5 cents, risking 1 cent, things like that. So no. Now, will I get out of a trade making only a few pennies? Sure, if I don't like the way it's trading, but I'm not. That's not my intention going into the trade. Okay, guys. So in our main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over. Jamie's not there yet, but when I do take my break, yeah. So this AISP, I mean, it's got to take that 215 out again, and in a big way, and maintain it. Volume is pouring in. I mean, it's a lot of volume. I mean, it just started, and as somebody pointed out, somebody is pumping this on Twitter. Moon market. Ooh, look at this one, guys. Again, terribly choppy, but I'm talking LAES. If you look left, look at the room. It's got 204. So is the next high. 203 exactly. If you can take out 141 or so, that could get it rolling. Probably a low float. Yeah, another low float. 1.4 million in the float. Swiss stock, but it's been very choppy. Bottoming tails, smaller topping tails. The only thing you can say is the trend's up. The trend is up, higher lows. And again, the big thing is looking left, it has a lot of room on a percentage basis. Okay, guys, the AISP now through that 215 again. I would really keep an eye on this LAES also. Volume though, we need volume. Look at the volume is tapered off for LAES. It's just tapered off. Need some volume to push it. 38 times relative volume, so the volume is there. Obviously, the relative volume is there. Does not trade options, zero options trading, so you'll never see it over here. Won't show up in the combo scan. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating that Jamie's going to show up momentarily. There he is. Just give me a moment, Jamie.
Hello, Barry.
Bonjour, Jamie. Just give me one moment. I'm just typing in my message,
No
telling
worry.
everybody I'm on a break.
Take your time, sir.
Okay, guys. So Jamie is in the YouTube room right now. So for the main room, I'll see you guys in about an hour. Put myself on mute in the main room. And now put my music on mute. And now I can just pay attention to whatever Jamie is going to say. What are you going to say, Jamie?
Turn that Metallica down, Barry.
Yeah. No, I actually have a little bit of soft rock. So
Is there a certain genre? Is there a certain year for the soft rock?
Actually, not really. It's just alternative rock, and sometimes some soft rock makes it into the mix. It's Sirius. I've had Sirius. Probably one of the only people that have had Sirius for maybe, I don't know, 15 years. If you can believe it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna listen to radio, that's the ticket.
I like the sports talk too. I mean, it's
Oh,
not
yeah,
just
yeah.
if it were just for music, I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't have it at all because
Right.
there's lots of services out there, but that are even free. But I do a lot of the sports talk, the Mad Dog Radio.
Hey, so I heard
Anyway,
I missed it, but were you in the Sassy on the?
no, I was not in Sassy, but a lot of people in the room were in Sassy.
Yeah, that was a good little
Um,
poppy.
yeah, the one I'm ticked off is I missed the DYN on the short.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I had it, I was looking at it just underneath 17, and then it got to my level, and then it popped over 17 again. I said, well, what the heck? How much further can it go down? Well, it got down to 12.15.
Yeah, and that was actually a long for the
Yeah,
AI
somebody
today.
said, "Why are you going against the AI?" I said, "Well, I mean, I'm gonna trade what the chart tells me.
Absolutely,
I don't really
that's
care the fact
yeah,
that it went long."
yeah,
But
and that
yeah,
is that's really what it's for. Hey, do you like what it's doing? Do you like the pattern? Does it then if you like the pattern, then it also has the statistical viability behind it. So, you know.
well, and that the other thing, yeah, it's a watch list. So I mean, doesn't necessarily have to go in the direction of the alert. So you can use it like a watch list and say, well, you know what, it didn't quite work on the long side, but boy, maybe it'll work on the short side. And did it ever?
Yeah, in this market, just kind of making everybody sweat a little bit.
Well,
But
the techs
yeah,
especially, the tech sector has just been, yeah, I want to say beaten up, but I mean, certainly had a couple of down days. And you see the healthcare stocks yesterday.
right.
Unbelievable, right?
Mhm, mhm.
Unbelievable. I mean, XLV was just on fire, and so many healthcare stocks were just ripping.
Yeah,
And I know you're Mr. Bitcoin, so what did you think? I know I posted somebody
well, I
posted
haven't
the
even
SEC is.
let's see where we are. I haven't even looked this morning. 43,
Hmm.
bouncing around. I mean, the daily kinda tells it all right now,
Hmm.
Need a little range up there, and then we'll have to, chop some wood, but, a lot of the technicians out there are saying 50 to 65,000 is in play in
Hmm.
the not too distant future. Um, so, here we are looking at the daily here. Um,
Does it all really depend on, I mean, I don't follow it that closely, but does it all really depend on the SEC allowing sort of an exchange fund
well,
on it?
Bitcoin doesn't, Bitcoin's going to be Bitcoin regardless of what
Regardless,
they
yes.
do. Now, you hear some people saying, well, that's what accounted for the recent price move. And then you have the other camp saying, "Oh, the ETF approval is not priced in yet," right?
Hmm.
So, along with the technical setup and the halving next spring, along with ETF approvals, that could, act as another catalyst, right?
Hmm.
Um, but things are looking up. I think it'd be doing what it's doing right now, even if there was no ETF approval on the
Okay,
horizon. hmm
gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
so just doing its thing.
All right. Well, I always like to turn to you. You're my Bitcoin expert, so I always like to I get my once a week update on what
Well,
that
and
world was all about.
the funny part, and, I don't know if you've been keeping up with the whole Jamie Dimon stuff, but I think he testified in front of Congress the other day or a couple of weeks ago, and they're like, "Well, what would you do?" And he's like, I would ban all crypto." But
Okay.
at the same time, JP Morgan they've got a huge crypto division. They are buying it up.
Hmm.
Um, so it's just the classic case of whatever they say they're doing, they're typically doing the opposite. And he was doing that back in 2017 too.
Hmm.
So it's funny to see the cycle repeating itself, not just the
Right.
price action, but then the talking points and the banter that the big boys throw out there. So you know it's going to be interesting to say the least.
Well, to say the least is what I'm going to do right now.
Very
So
good, sir.
we'll see you in about an hour. Okay. Okay.
All right,
Thanks,
Barry.
Jamie.
Enjoy. We'll see
Okay.
you later.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, ladies and gents, hopefully everybody can see and hear me okay. Just a little reminder while Barry takes his break, this is just the life support hour that we have every Monday through Friday between 12 and 1 p.m. So come one, come all. If you're new, welcome. If you're a regular, hello. And if you have any questions about the software, just use the questions panel to get them out there. Or if you would like me to use my very limited and rudimentary technical abilities to take a look at a chart of a certain stock, be happy to do that as well. All right, just looking at the questions here. Yeah, Billy, I think you were asking Barry if he was a swing trader or day trader. Um, and I heard him talking about how that's more my style. Um, so yeah, I like to do some scalping. Mary is talking about ABVC. Let's see here. Yeah, not bad. A little gap up action there. Definitely having a party if you went home long in ABVC. But boy, really frisky in the first 10 minutes and then just kind of drifting lower ever since. Little pop here again, but yeah, if you're in that one, congrats. Hey, Marius, Infinity, can I take a look at Mara? Sure. All right, well, a nice little pop out of this range not too long ago. And a little reversal up here. So where were we way back here? 1178. I mean, what a run from, let's just say 12 up to the above the $30 level. Just looks like it's, you know, taking its pullback from that huge run. And notice the area over here, this little guy right here. This was the breakout. And now it's looking like it's going to attempt to become support. So previous resistance, of course, you know, if you're long, you would have preferred that it stay up here. Um, but stocks like to take pullbacks. And so we're taking about a little 7-point pullback here. So it'll be interesting to see if this area holds. Pretty darn close. But we'll have to see how this candle closes for the day. Already violated the 10 period, which is the orange line here. So the next stopping point would be right about, what's that exact figure? Right about the $20 level. Just looking to retest that level and see if it can now become support as opposed to resistance. Didn't last too long here coming through. Now on a zoom out here, we can see where it put the brakes on the weekly right here. So if you're long, you'd probably like to see it consolidate a little bit here in this area right here, somewhere between 20, 30. Maybe it can gather some steam and go attack some of these levels back here. You know, kind of this area sticks out from way back on the 27th of November, way back in 2017. So this is definitely a crucial area here. Yeah, Joe. The the setups that I look for, and I'll show you a couple of those today, more for intraday. Okay, intraday trading, where you know you put the position on, put your stop loss in, and it either works or it doesn't. So you have day trading, um, and then I would say a subset of day trading is scalping. Okay, and that's where you know, depending on what type of scalper you are, you could be in the trade just for one, all you need is one offer to clear or one bid to clear, trading for, you know, a penny or less. Just depends on the situation. I mean, obviously, you always want to make as much as you can on a trade, but when you're in the scalping arena, things can change pretty quickly, right? Give me one sec here, guys. Yeah, good question, Luca. The question is, does my normal setup look like this? I use all of these same windows. They're just positioned in different areas. For the purposes of this session, I have to make my fonts or my screen resolution a lot bigger so everybody can see. So I use these windows, but my setup looks different, if that makes any sense. Got you, Infinity. All right, DA, how do you suggest I choose stocks to scalp? I usually leverage 500 US dollars. Broker fees are killing me when scalping. Yeah, and you know, if you're going to even try to scalp, try to scalp, it the only thing in my opinion that makes scalping viable again is the zero commission environment. Um, Scalping for pennies wouldn't in a commission oriented environment, I would not even attempt it. So I'm in a commission-free environment, and that's why I can do a little scalping here and there. As far as which stocks to scalp, very liquid stocks. Typically, you know, if you're going to be a scalper, you would want to target highly liquid stocks with penny spreads, right? Um, you know, there's a ton of those out there. It's just about finding the one that suits your personality. Yeah, so you definitely have to have highly liquid stocks. One of I like the banking stocks. BCS is Barclays. It's a very liquid stock. Things kicked out 15 million shares today already. Having a little bit above average volume for today. But when you look at BCS and the level that it opened up here, I think that's our opening candle right here. So we've had a range of, from 778 up to 787. So almost a whole dime in here of price action to play. That's one that I like to dabble in. DB is not so bad. Another bank. 1338, low of 30, so only 8 cents in here. But, there's a lot of different moves in there, right? So a lot of people, can't stand to look at charts in this capacity. And, we're looking at 5 minutes here, but preferably I'm more of a 1 minute guy. So, every time it clears a bid or an offer, there's opportunity in there, right? If we go back to BCS and take a peek, look at these levels of flatness right here, right? It's just another way to play a consolidation break, right? You got this level. Come on. Come on, fingers. This level goes to sleep for a little bit here. You got another level that it breaks out of right here. So, a lot of people look at these charts and like, yeah, not enough movement, but it really just depends on how you're applying your skill set. Yeah, that's true, Marius. I mean, some of the bigger moves happen right off of the open. Um, this is one that caught my eye, not because I didn't even know that the buyout was in play here. Um, but if you see this little, if we squish it up a little bit more, this becomes a lot more apparent, okay? As it was consolidating right off the open, it just kind of caught my eye. I'm like, this looks like a low risk play. What am I going to risk here? 619, 620 entry, approximately. I think I was more like 622 or 3. But you're only risking a dime here, right? And then we get a nice little lift off TDCX. Ended up holding the whole thing as it pulled back to VWAP. It's like, well, I'm going to stick to my stop because this was something that looked decent, going flat. Highs were right here. So all we had to do is be patient, let the thing, you know, do its thing. Now this wasn't technically an opening range breakout, but I liked the action. And as it tightened up here, we had that push. And then of course here we had uh, the break to the high. Of course, not the prettiest thing, right? But the volume was just simply off the charts at the time. Listening to Barry, I heard him talking about it was a buyout candidate. So when I entered the trade, I didn't even know anything about a buyout. And when it came through here, I'm like, yeah, I should have taken that money. And who cares about another 20 cents if the buyout price is 60 cents? But just stuck to my guns, held the stop level, which was down here. And, we bounced right off that VWAP, which is the black level, the black line here. And as we cruise back up here, I didn't get out at the top, but I got out in the 40s somewhere right there. So it was a nice little trade. Now, that was more of a setup type. It wasn't a scalp. I just said, okay, I'm going to buy it here. I'm going to take my chance that it doesn't hit my stop. I mean, it didn't. It wasn't necessarily a scalp. That was just more of a day trade. Yeah, AISP, that was just hitting highs a minute ago. Okay, so check out these levels right here. Who asked that question? KR. Um, on my turbo brakes up ticker, we just saw AISP hitting a high. And I've got a little custom column over here that says next high or low, which it's looking at the daily, and then it's telling us how much room might be in the stock right here in this column right here. So from the 272 level, when that was the high of this candle here, 275, but when it was, busting out 272 originally, that's what this was telling me. About 76 cents that it could possibly go. And let's see, 330-ish. It's probably just looking, you know, at the top of this prior candle here. Well, that line maker is not working, so we'll use this one. And it had its eyes somewhere here. Now there's a limited amount of days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's telling me that this is a either recent IPO or some kind of reverse split or something's going on there. Weekly, 3 weeks. Airship AI Holdings. No float data. Okay. Interesting. Finley, what are your thoughts on the uranium sector? I don't, is that, what is that's the global uranium ETF. Yeah, it's been a while since I pulled this one up. Go away. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, not sure where you're long from. Hopefully you're long from way back here somewhere. But yeah, we topped out here and then we got some kind of gap here. I don't really know why the gap occurred. But yeah, it might find some support, you know, in this choppy area right here. But from the looks of it, my eyes are focused on this level right here. That's coinciding perfectly with the moving average here, which I think is my 20. I always get these charts mixed up here. That's my 130. Yeah, perfect, coinciding with the 130 period moving average on the daily and this level of chop here. So it looks just kind of like it wants to go there. So as you said, might not be a bad place to clip some there. La 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 la. Let's see here. Oh yeah, stocks like that. Stocks like this is a great little thing. Let me get through these questions and maybe we'll take a peek at it. All right, DA, you've got a Momo scanner for both pre and open. Found rel volume does indeed not work. That's correct. Right, right. And other than going to our pre-market channel and look at what's moving, um, let's see, let's go back to 5 for now. Pre-market ranges are some of my, I'm like Barry. I'm like, things always look good on the open, but I mean, you can't really trust anything anytime, anyway, right? What's there one moment might not be there in a matter of seconds. And I'm like Barry, typically if I try to take a stab at something in the first 15 minutes, I'm typically digging a hole, starting off with a handicap, got to make it back. So I stay a lot saner, sitting out that first 15 as well. And if I do anything, it's going to be really small shares, just to kind of exercise the brain and fingers. Um, Next, see a little stretched out in the pre-market, but it's still got a little bit of a lift when it cracked that level there. But to the point of pre-market ranges, let's say Nexi had stayed like this for the whole pre-market range, it didn't get that lift. Those are some of the best entries that, in my opinion, that a trader can make on a day trading basis, just playing the pre-market range, very similar to an opening range break in the regular session, right? As soon as it breaks to the upside or the downside, take a stab at it and use the low or the high of that range as your stop. And a lot of the times, those are some of the bigger runners right off of the open with low risk. And by the way, I was watching this one down here, got a little distracted, missed it, but it would have been a nice pop from 6 up to 940. Incredible move. And the float kind of sums it up. Why is this thing taking these big rips and points? Well, there's only 718,000, assuming that float is accurate. That's that's not a low float, that's a micro float. Typically we consider anything less than 20 million shares, right at 20 million a low float, but this thing is really, really, really low. All right, good to see a little link sharing there. Let's see here. We're catching up on the questions now. No problem, KR. Okay, Marius brought up the stocks like this feature. Let me just find that. It's been a while since I played around here. But yeah, stocks like this. Let's pick something to examine here. Okay. I mean, setups don't get much prettier than this right here. AISP is a classic range break, right? So let's just mark it up a little bit here. Okay. And this is a pre-market range like I was, discussing earlier. Look how nice and uniform and just, you know, it's easy to tell what's going on here, right? High of the pre-market. Yep. But gotta get that wick in there. Had to spoil the party. Okay. But even if we use that level or we use the candle body here, I mean, look at the open. Look how pretty that is. Just bouncing around between 175 and 168 for pretty much the first 2 hours. And then boom, we get the break right there. Right, right there. All right. So it would have been really nice to have, what was the high of that candle even? 182, 182 and change. I mean, anywhere in those two candles right there would have been gold, right? Of course, hindsight's 2020, but the risk was so low. Here's the entry candle. I mean, the risk, I can't even put a line there. It would butt up against the next line, but super small risk and the epitome of a range break. Of course, officially, if we want to call it a range break, it was this level here, right? But heck, even if you got a buck 94, I mean, this thing cruised up to 3, right? So if we wanted to try to reverse engineer this, which these range breaks, I've tried a million different combinations. There is no magic combination, right? Which is why I just like the good old fashioned new high. Um, but we could certainly pick it apart. We could pick apart this level here right as the break occurred. So we could just pick out this candle right here. That's the 1040 candle, which encompasses 1040 to 1045 Central Standard Time. So once again, let's see here, 1040. Now this is Eastern Time, so I got to say 1140 because I'm in Central. And then we're going to examine a duration of 5 minutes. We're going to pick apart this candle right here, 1040 to 1045 candle, and see what was going on because we could look at the chart and then go, well, yeah, I know new high would have gotten it, but are there any other interesting alerts that flag this, or what were the filter settings for, maybe some of your favorite filters, or you just want to take a little peek in there and see what was going on. So as Marius said earlier, this is a way to kind of reverse engineer the data from a certain candle in a certain time period into maybe a usable configuration. Now we have different durations, 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60. But since we're looking at this specific time right here, we'll use the smallest duration, put the symbol in, and then once we hit submit, okay, so now during that 5-minute candle where the breakout occurred, these are all of the alerts that fired for AISP at that time. Of course, there's new high, but it was also spiking on the 1-minute volume, positive VWAP divergence, high relative volume. So all of these alerts were triggered during that range break for AISP, and it's ranking them by frequency, right? So this one came through 69 times, 47 times, 15 times for the new high, every new penny, so forth and so on. So instead of trying to guess, okay, I think these alerts would have identified AISP. Well, here you have it right from the server. These were the alerts that triggered during that breakout. When we scroll down, then we get a list of all the filters, right? So, maybe you really like, uh, one of the RSI filters, right? And always forget if they're alphabetical here or numerical. I think I always forget where the RSIs are. Let's see. Hmm. Relative strength. There we go. Okay. So maybe you're a fan of 15, 5-minute, 2-minute RSI, right? I knew those were numbers. They just snuck up on me. So, let's say you're a 15-minute RSI person. Well, look at these values right here. 72 min, 81.3. Maybe that's a good starting point. But of course, all of them were pretty heated up, right? So then it's just a personal preference of time, right? Of course, it takes the 60-minute a little longer to heat up, right? But when it's making those moves and it's busting out on volume, because notice the volume kicked in as well, right? So this is a great way to go back and attempt to reverse engineer things that you see on the chart instead of starting from a complete cold point. All right, just scrolling through here. Okay, let's see here. Explain how your turbo brakes up and down scan works and also share them. No problem. Okay, so turbo brakes, what does that mean? It just means these stocks coming out of this ticker are hitting lows. These stocks are hitting highs, but we've got a little sauce in here in the form of filters just for volume sake, right? So these stocks had to have traded 300,000 shares already. I'm just looking at things between 1 and 50. But here's the kicker. It's got to be doing relative volume of 3, right? Which is no guarantee. That just tells me that the stock is actually in play today. Because if it's got a relative volume of 3, that means it's cooking. Now that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be, a good trade or a good pattern. But this is a really great way to show me stocks that are on the move, right? Hitting highs and lows. But then I have to take into consideration, what's the pattern? Am I late to the party or is the timing appropriate? So let's do a little experiment here. AISP, once again, a classic example of a range break. All right, the break occurring right here. And if we were looking at risk levels here, not including the entry candle, which was this guy, 5, 10. I go 15 minutes back, so 5, 10, 15. So risk would have been, pretty much right here, what you see. All right, risk level. Now the reward level, way up top here. So this is what we always shoot for. A certain value of our risk, which is R. How many times can we put the R level in here? I don't know, but quite a few. You know, that's probably a 5 or 6 risk to reward ratio there, because of the big move that occurred. A point on a $2 stock, basically. So 50%, uh, which they're out there all the time. Getting into them is a little bit trickier, but this was a perfect setup right here. Now, what we're going to do here, just to have a look see. Because as I said, I was not in this one, but it looks gorgeous. And that was, once again, the 1040 bar. So did it even trigger there? Okay, and there we go. Watch when I click here, you should see an arrow appear right here. And there we go. It found it perfectly. I didn't see it come through because, well, that's just kind of the way things go. Sometimes you see them and sometimes you don't. It just depends on what your focus is at that point in time. But had I seen AISP, which was just 18 minutes before this support session started, right? I was in the process of shutting down and getting ready for this. But had I been watching this ticker and seen that, I would have been all over that like a hobo on a ham sandwich. But it wasn't meant to be today. But it was beautiful. If I caught it right here, let's say I was distracted and on the phone or just not paying attention and I missed it, and then I see it hitting a high up here. Well, that's too late. You're chasing now, up here and up here. Now it still would have worked, but the setup was not intact. The timing was not there. And remember the saying, timing is everything in everything, and this is no exception. So that's why I'm watching these tickers here, these alert windows, just the reverse pattern to the downside, right? That's what I'm watching these for, and that's why I'm using new high and the high relative volume. Um, so hopefully that kind of who asked that question there? Oh, get my pen out of the way there. Okay, yeah, DF. So I'm watching these to find range break candidates. MTC, yeah, I mean, when I see dashes, I typically don't trade those stocks. But I mean, once again, a beautiful little range break. Just, I don't know if I would have been interested in it here, but it's the same old song and dance. If you caught it right here, great, or even maybe right here, and you were in store for this, but you certainly wouldn't want to chase it. So it's all about timing, right? Here's another example to the downside. It's almost like you know, it's the same pattern, little consolidation. Once we break right here, if you're able to catch it right there, that is a beautiful entry because the risk is so low in the prior 15-minute period, right? Buyers and sellers are equal. That's what a consolidation is. And then boom, as soon as it cracks that level, hits a low, as in, you know, what it did about 15 minutes ago. If you can catch it right there, great. But this is too late, right? So DF, hopefully that makes sense to you. And then, these are just looking at the entire market down here. And then these are my race stocks. Just, it's a list that I put together every morning based off of the Dawn of the Dead race, which By the way, also identified SASI2 and applet, APLT. Now, this one didn't set up for what I look for, but it was interesting because it was one of the main race winners as it was, just basically going up for the first 40 minutes of the market. And then we saw it come across the abnormal options ticker. But of course, that was pretty much top ticking it right there. Now, sometimes they show up in this capacity too. Hey, it's a race winner, but it's consolidating, right? It's looking more like a AISP. And then if you see it as a multiple race winner, and then it's doing massive volume and comes across the abnormal option activity, then it's like a triple star setup. But applet was missing the nice calm pattern, right? Just stretched out, and if you got into it off the open, you had a really good run. To me, Michael Anthony, it is too late to bet. Well, actually, I mean, this was stupendous, right? Now it gets a little trickier here because of what we're seeing on the chart. Now the black line there is VWAP. The green line is my 10 period. I think on this chart it's my 10 period. Let me see here. Yeah, that's my 10 period. And then the black line is VWAP. So it is stopping there for now. So, I'd like it better if it was above VWAP right now. But if it sticks to this VWAP, maybe it goes sideways for a little bit. So if if I were in the middle of trading right now and I saw AISP and it consolidated for 5, 10, 15 minutes right next to that VWAP, yeah, you might be able to take a low risk entry on that, but certainly does not have the potential that we saw from the breakout here. Let's see here. Okay, Tim, I think you're talking about the web version, correct? So let me show you something here real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, so yeah, Tim, check it out here. Okay, say you're on the market scope right here. All right, you see this menu over here, preferences. We click on settings, and then what you want to do is click live. You're probably on delayed right now. So if you click live, that should fix your issue. Okie dokie. All right, good, Tim. No problem. Sats. Is that a big? Oh, no, that's satellites. when I saw Sats, I thought it meant I thought it was a Bitcoin play because of Satoshis. I was just looking at this one yesterday, actually. So let's see, just my opinion on Sats. Okay, well, let's look at the daily first. Nice little breakout from this level back here. 10 period, keeping it sticking to the 10 period like a wet rag. Okay, so we had that nice little breakout from the 1377 area. For a while there, this area back here acted as supply during this time right here, and then boom, we got a lift, and perfectly coinciding is where it put on the brakes back here in this area of congestion. Also got the 200-day coming into play here. So that's right where it kind of petered out, those moving averages, along with this area of, uh, well, it's currently acting as resistance on the last run up. But we're getting a nice little catch from the 10 period here. So it'll be interesting to see if we get a close above the 10 period. Perhaps that can propel it back up into this region right here. And it wouldn't be too bad if you're long to see a little, consolidation area as it tries to gather steam to go attack these levels back here. But not looking too shabby on sats right now. Let's see here. Okay, Tim, is there a market-wide heat map um, like Invis? Well, in this version, we've got the sectors, the sector maps on the client version. Tim, are you on a Mac only using the web version, or are you on a PC and do you plan on running the downloadable client as well? Just curious, because we do have the sector scope right here on the web version, right? If you open up the market dashboard, sector scope, that's the closest thing we're going to have to what you're describing uh, currently. Okay, I got you. So right here under the market dashboard drop down, we do have the sector scope. All right, Peter, I followed your advice. I added change from open to single stock window. Not sure what you're talking about, Peter, because change, what particularly about the change from open are we talking about here? Okay, so say change from open. I don't know why Kano got pulled up here. I guess I clicked on it, but it's down 29%. Boy, and hey, as we always like to say many times, the reverse split is the kiss of death. And that sure, or wait. I'm thinking of Mulan. But I think Kano also did a reverse split. I don't know. All these small dollar stocks doing their reverse splits, I get them confused sometimes. I guess I was thinking about Mulan though. But I don't think Mulan's faring much better since it definitely peaked on its reverse split. Yeah, I'll take a look at PAGs. Is that the one I heard you asking Barry about? Or was that a different one? Man, PAGs has just had, such a big run from 715, not quite doubling up here. Um, well, after a run up like this, you got to think it's probably going to give some back. And of course, it started to do that. Now, the only thing that kind of throws up a little alarm here is, you know, yesterday we closed right at the 10 period and it kind of eked its way on through. Of course, it's a green candle today. And notice where this candle wicked out coincides with right here. So at the moment, This is attempting to become support, right? It was previous supply resistance. And now hopefully if you're long, this will become support. And, if in an ideal world, what we might see is a little consolidation moving forward so we can gather some steam and go up here and try to assault these levels again. As Steve likes to say, Steve Gomez, the troops need a rest, hot shower, a meal, and then go try to attack these levels. That's assuming we keep getting closes above this level here. So Peter, once again, on the change from the open, I'm not sure what you mean by that comment. What number are we looking for here? Sounds like it might be attached to somebody else's methodology when, let's say, a stock is up from the positive change from open. They want to see it as soon as it goes negative, or vice versa. So I'm just a little in the dark on that one. All right. I think we're all caught up here. Not a lot cooking. Let's just kind of take a peek at the SPY again here. It's interesting to see, the action since we came back from the holidays. Of course, this is an abbreviated week. So was last week with both Mondays being shut down. So it is an abbreviated week, and everybody came back and was like, "Ooh, we're about to go attack those highs and see what happens." But you know, herd mentality a lot of the times is wrong, right? So we're taking a little pullback here. Market's got to make market's got to make all the bulls sweat a little bit before we go make a run at those highs. So I'm thinking next week's going to be very interesting. I mean, we've still got 2 days left in this week, and even though what we're seeing over here is just a blip on the radar on the weekly. So the week is not out. These are weekly candles. So, one of the potential scenarios that's going to unfold, yeah, we could drop down and go test these levels here, but I think we'd have to see a lot of volume come in, maybe some other catalyst come into play. But once again, I think the more realistic, if I had to guess, we're just going to probably go sideways for a few days, maybe tomorrow and Friday, and edge back up here, and then we'll see what happens when and if that occurs. In the meantime, we got the 10 period trying to catch up to the weekly action, but definitely in a interesting time in the market. We got the FOMC guys flapping today, trader. I knew we had the other set of numbers, 30 minutes into the open today, which was just a nothing burger. Okay, Peter, AISP, what's it saying? Telling you 94.1. Oh, you did well, I'm also showing change from the open percent right here. But as you can see, I'm showing 40.4 now. So when it was up here, that probably was the proper change from close. But now it's 39.2. But up here, yeah, because that was still only, if we went from 2, roughly speaking, to 3, that's a 50% increase. So I don't know where that 94 is coming from, Peter. Let's flip back to PAGs, Michael. Nope, that's not PAGs, that's AGs. Fingers are a little too fast there. Okay, so it appears for now that this 1160 level right here at the blue line, we wick down there, is currently acting as support. Going all the way back to this level, resistance took a long time to get back up there and blew through it. And now, now this level back here, which was previous resistance, is now attempting to become support, right? And the only way we know if it's support is if it holds up here. So I would say that the stock is trying to find support right about the 1160 area, Michael. All right, Mary's just reading your statement. When trading crypto, are there any exchanges out there that you let buy sell trade with the ease established equities trading platform like we all use? Marius, that's a good question. I'm not an active crypto trader right now. Got my hands full with everything I do here and, just trying to scrape out a few bucks here and there in the equity markets. So, I'm more of a holder of things in that realm than a trader. So I'd love to tell you, but I just don't have that information because all of the equity firms are trading just a derivative. Well, I think Tasty Trade is a commission-free environment that now I don't know if they're I think they're commission-free in crypto. You'd have to verify that for yourself. Um, I just haven't been actively trading the crypto, so you'd probably know more on that topic than I do at this point. What do I think of GOF, which pays, I'm assuming, a dividend of 18 cents each month? Well, Goff. That reminds me of Caddyshack. So Goff pay, the Strategic Opportunities Fund. Well, from a stock trading view, recently found support here. Let's see. Yeah, right about the top. I mean, pretty close right there. It's just kind of range bound. I guess it just depends on the holdings of this thing. It is a opportunities fund, some type of growth fund. If it's paying a dividend and you're up on the holdings, I mean, I guess it's great. Just not really my cup of tea when trying to assess those types of instruments, right? But you know, I guess it all depends on your cost, right? And of course, every time a stock pays a dividend, we get the X date and the correlation of the pullback or the gap down of the stock on dividend day, which, prevents the free lunch. Oh, I'm going to buy the stock, I'm going to get the dividend, then I'm going to sell the stock. There's always a price hit on X dividend date. And you have to be a shareholder of record on X dividend date to get the dividend. Otherwise, you'd just be flipping out. It'd be like a no-lose situation. Zombie deer disease spreading, Trader 7? Yeah. Yeah, and is going to infect all the humans and whatnot too. Gee, I wonder why The Walking Dead was such a popular series. NEXI popping big. Let's take a peek. No surprise as the action that one had earlier in the day. Oh yeah, that's certainly a big candle right there. Even bigger than this guy right here. So that's the biggest candle of the day. What do we got there? A low of 813 and so far a high of 1050. 813 to 1050. Wow. And it had the added benefit of breaking its first range break was here. Sometimes they go and sometimes they retrace that level. So it spent all of its time today ebbing and flowing right around that breakout level. And then finally the buyer stepped back in. And then we technically had another range break here. But a little too risky to try to play it up here. But if you stuck to your guns with this level right here, you had to sit a little bit of pain. Let's say you got long at, I don't know, 770, 775. That's a 75-cent wiggle that you'd have to set. So you'd certainly have to adjust your shares to be in that one. Now, as far as the range break here, this little U shape, right? And I like to see them a little flatter, but these, the pattern is the pattern, and these work sometimes. It's just the risk is a little more excessive. So if we would have taken the trade here, say 775, 5, 10, 15, you're still looking at a pretty big risk level here, almost 2 points from the original breakout. So as Barry would say, on plays like this, you just got to really tweak down the share size to adjust for your average, what you're willing to risk per trade. Yep, and the nano float of 718,000 is what is accounting for the big moves here. Good luck to all of you Nexi people out there. I'm a little jealous. I'm not in that one. Barry, I heard you.
One little smack of the lips.
Mm-hmm.
I just picked it up. Man, oh man. So I'm actually in the LES. I was waiting for a 141 or 2 break, and that happened just when I was on my lunch break.
Wait, what
And
symbol,
so I'm
Barry?
in this LAES.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
LAES.
Yeah. And again,
Nice.
why? Well, look left.
Uh-huh.
Look left.
Oh
And
yeah. Yeah.
we got a high at 203 that may get, as I always say, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but anyway, another low float Swiss stock though, out of Switzerland. Interesting. Not too many out of Switzerland.
Is it financial?
Who knows? Let's see.
Let's
I love
see.
it. People say, "Why did you buy that? What stock did you buy?" Well, these are the symbols. Yeah, what do they do? I have no idea.
Holding company through its
Yeah.
subsidiaries, manufactures semiconductor business. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, and also a nice little clean, low risk range break too.
Exactly. So that's what I'm in right now. See if I'm hoping it gets maybe back into the mid 50s. Might take some off. If it gets back to 142, I'll just get out of it and say that's enough. But yeah, I mean, the Nexi has just been awesome. I have never been. Well, very early but unfortunately not holding. But Nexi was just crazy. Also,
Well, that's a
no
little
news on
vicious,
that one.
those that's points in there, it's crazy.
Oh,
Hmm.
I know, and tons of volume. I mean, tons of liquidity. And
Oh
that's the
yeah.
thing, tons of liquidity. But another one that just moved on absolutely no news other than, some group somewhere in the world is pumping the heck out of it. Excuse me, almost said a bad word. Well, bad word. Can I say hell? Am I allowed to say
Very
hell? The heck out of it.
heck.
Heck.
Did you see this one as it was playing out, the AISP?
Yes.
Did you participate?
No, unfortunately, I was waiting for a 218 break and
Yeah.
it popped through that so dramatic
Uh-huh.
because that was the high. That was the high Looking left, and it popped so dramatically that I just couldn't get it. I knew I was going to get on my break, and so there's no way I wanted to take something like that while I was on my break. So
Right, because that was about 20 minutes
yeah.
before I came in, so I'd shut down as well.
Hmm.
But boy, that one,
Oh yeah.
that is beautiful.
It is truly unbelievable, isn't it? And on the float, we don't have any float information. I checked another site, and
Mhm.
I think I found about 4 million in the float, something like that.
It makes
So
sense with the,
yeah.
and if you anchored the VWAP to the first day of trading. Now, is this a new
Mhm.
issue or is it some kind of weird reverse thing? I'm
I don't
assuming
know.
it's
I
a
never know
new issue.
anymore. Is it a
Yeah.
SPAC that turned into that? Is it did they change symbol names
Mhm.
to fool people? Well, look at the position in lifetime range. It's at way at the bottom,
Yeah.
and when you look at the hives 8, it shouldn't be that far down. If it was truly a new symbol starting at AISP.
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Was it an uplift? Was it an uplifting from or up whatever up? When it goes from the pink to NAS, what is it called? Uplifting or
I guess relisting.
somebody says, and you're right. It's but whatever it is, I mean, I just don't know anymore. I mean, I honestly, just don't know anymore. There's just so many of these.
No pun
No.
intended, Barry. It's uplifting and they're an airship company.
Ah, there you go. But I beg to differ. There was a pun intended. So
Oh, okay, okay.
there was a pun intended.
All right.
All right, Jamie. Well, it's 1 o'clock. You may take off. Thanks again, as always, for spelling me.
Very
And
good,
I guess we'll
sir.
see you next week.
Good luck with the rest of the day and yep,
Yeah.
we'll see you on Slack.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Fun times on Slack.
Yeah, yeah. All right, buddy.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So I've taken over. Just a minute. Just want to get rid of my. Okay, guys. So I'm in both rooms now, and just want to get my music going again. Okay. Just waiting to see if DA answers. DA, calling DA in our YouTube room. You still around or not? By the way, guys, in the main room, I was talking to Jamie. I'm in this LEAS. Okay, got in at 143 and just waiting to see if it can get into the mid 50s. I think you remember when I was just going to take my break. I was waiting for a 142 break of that LAES. Woo, hard rejection is right. Almost, wow, 11 down to 786. Another reason you cannot walk away from your screen when you're in one of these crazy low flows. Okay, maybe DA left. $82. That's hilarious. SNTG. And that's halted on the way down. SNTG halted on the way down. The cheetah, fastest, you're the fastest land animal, aren't you? I think the cheetah is the fastest land animal. Welcome, bud. Welcome to the room. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting on this LAES to see if I can get into back into the mid 50s. I might take some off there. Tell us a little bit about me. Was in proud Canadian, member, subscriber of Trade Ideas since 2010. Running this trading room since October of 2014 in this format, sharing my screen live on the mic. I am a intraday trader. All my scans are geared for finding stocks that are really moving abnormally, looking at the relative volume and also looking at the option volume, sharing all my scans. LAES, LAES. Did I read that they're getting into give me a moment here? Thought I saw a headline. Oh, there we go. Okay. This is the reason it's probably moving a little bit. Launching Seal Coin, a digital token and an advanced cryptocurrency protocol. And they'll be announcing that or demonstrating it or however they're going to release it on January 17th. So relative volume, are you new to trade ideas, Cheetah? Or you have trade ideas? Okay, I'm sorry, you're new to trade. Like, I keep doing this. I ask two questions at the same time. So, do you have trade ideas though? Oh, not yet. Okay, so, well, okay, relative volume. For instance, if you can see my screen, the upper right-hand corner, what we call our single stock window, you can see the relative volume, 40.60. Hopefully, you can see that. Just this is for LAES. So that means it's trading. The relative volume filter works. It's time sensitive. So that means it's trading 40 times what it would normally have traded up to a little after 1 o'clock Eastern time on average. Now it's not exact, but if you take the average that it has done over the last 30 days up to 1 o'clock Eastern time, today it's trading 40 times that. Okay. So that's what our relative volume filter is all about. In that particular one, that's it's obviously huge. When you look at Nexi as an example, Nexi, its relative volume is 4,437 times normal. Okay, look at that, 54 million shares is traded with such a low float, less than a million in the float. Yeah, this what you're seeing here, everything is trade ideas. Everything. You're in a trade ideas. And then the other thing I look at is abnormal option volume. So coupled with high relative volume, which is looks at volume. Typically that's what people look at. But I don't trade options, but I also have a scanner that is going to look at like abnormal option activity also. So when you see something that has abnormal option activity plus high relative volume, we should probably be watching those stocks. But for instance, Nexi doesn't trade options. Option volume today is zero. Doesn't mean we shouldn't look at it, of course, but But when you get the combination of high, abnormal option activity plus high relative volume, it's pretty powerful. Oh, when you look at Sana as an example, pretty high relative volume, 3.8 times normal. Now, it doesn't trade options that many options, only a little over 700 contracts, but that represents 4.2 times normal as an example. So again, if you're more of an intraday trader, we are excellent at finding stocks that are behaving abnormally. Doesn't mean, of course, that just because you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. You have to have some kind of trading experience, but at least it narrows it down to those sort of stocks, if that's what you are interested in. I have no idea what your trading style is, but well, let's keep putting in this little price alert a little bit higher and higher. See if I can drive it up. Just kidding, of course, but so again, I'm sorry. When you say totally new, are you totally new to trading also? Totally new to trading? I'm talking to the cheetah. Oh, okay. So because I was going to, we have a series of videos that I always hand out free to people. It's called Trading 101, which just takes you through, all the basics. Now, low flow trading, I mean, all to me, low flow, I mean, trading is trading. Low flow trading, obviously, a little more. It can be very exciting when you're in it on the way up. Not so much when you're in it on the way down. So, it's all about the float. And so, as I preach to people, if you're going to get into anything that's a low float, you cannot wander away from your computer. Because these things, yeah, they can move high, but they can look at Nexi, as Real in our room pointed out. Nexi is very, very low float, like less than we have our provider as saying it's less than 1 million in the float, which is crazy low. And this got up to now this is a 15-minute chart, but this got up to what? $11. And then it flashed down probably $2 just like that. So, you've got to be really, really careful when you're in one of these situations. You cannot wander away from your computer. So the other thing you can do is if you become a subscriber, you can use our stimulator, and then you can practice trading. Or if you have a way to practice trading right now, our simulator uses our real-time data. So you can kind of practice, these low floaters just to kind of get a feel for them. But it's really fast, but that's your namesake. Yeah, absolutely. You can. Well, it depends on your broker, of course, but most brokers. I mean, we as a company, Trade Ideas, we start getting our data at 4 in the morning Eastern time. So now it's up to your broker, okay? But most brokers allow trading in the pre-market. So, but yeah, I opened the room. Well, the room you're in is actually open sometime between 7:30 and 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, I don't get onto the mic until 9. And that's when we discuss the ones that have been really moving in the pre-market. I have a scan that of a layout that I use in the pre-market. Now it's still running now, but when I first look at this, wait a moment. Yeah, so when I first look at this, as long as I'm looking at it before 9:30, the change from the close is telling me the stocks that have gapped the most in the pre-market, either on the upside, this is pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down. So, we scan easily for all the stocks that are really moving in the pre-market. And then in order to trade them, well, your broker has to, of course, allow that. I can't imagine any broker not allowing that, but yeah, well, we've got scanners that absolutely scan for stocks in the pre-market. I mean, it's still running now. Don't it is still running. It's at 114. But whenever if you load this scanner before 9:30 Eastern time, you're going to see the ones that are moving in the pre-market. Once the market opens, I just shut this down. Now, not to pressure you at all, but if you are interested at all, and this goes for anybody who's out there listening to me, because this code I think is probably going to end tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. And this is our New Year's code. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So you at the top here. Now you see this promo code right here. Don't use that. This has expired actually, but use the New Year 25, and you get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. So what I would do, I mean, you can try us out for a month. It costs you, I think, about $88. And if you like it, you can continue on in a monthly, or if you've got the cash hanging around, you can always get an annual, and we'll honor the 25%. And this is what I was saying. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. These are all the scans that I'm sharing, including what I showed you, the pre-market actives up and down, but also momentum scan right here. So if you're, looking for stocks that are really moving, the momentum scan, the abnormal option activity right here. I am sharing other scans, but what you see on the screen are these two scans right here, the abnormal option activity and the momentum. But I am sharing other scans. Whoops, sorry. All right. Well, listen, guys, I took some of that off. A little break under 150, so I've taken some off of the LAES. It's kind of right back to where I bought it, so we'll see what happens. As I said earlier, I don't think there's even though that one actually took a long time. It really didn't move that much. LAES, it really didn't move that much. But I'm not too. I'm not thinking that there are too many that are going to have great trends. At least the stuff that I see. In other words, keeping moving higher, inching its way higher and higher. Now look at SIDU, guys. Wow, SIDU. This could be getting ready to rock again. I think if it can take out 1230 to 1240, the volume is not bad. And again, low flow, crazy low flow, crazy low flow. Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now. So what time is it? About 1:20. So I should be back no later than 1:30. So let me do my video and I'll come right back. Okay, so I'll mute myself in both the rooms. Okay, so DA, you were asking about scanning in the pre-market for low floaters and things like that. Now, Marius could not, first of all, even if he wanted to, he could not post the link in YouTube. Okay, you guys cannot post in YouTube. Okay, but if you're still interested, I mean, I can help you. I can show you some filters you can use, and I can give you. You go to my homepage. I can show you a couple of pre. If you're just interested in the ones going higher, the scans or the pre-market actives up, and all you have to do is just change it to. All you have to do is just change it to the float that you want and the price range you want. Is that you? I don't know about that, Marius. I mean, I can give it to people, but I think it's a little complicated for most. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be condescending at all. I'm not 100% sure you need it though. I mean, I'm glad you're able to use it, but for instance, let's start off. Let's start off like this. Oops, let me get rid of the message. So let's take my pre-market actives up. Okay, let's assume you just want to see the stocks that are moving higher. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, so taking it out of this dock, all I've done. I'm going to shut this down. Okay, now, if you just wanted to find low floats, as an example, okay, and you want to adjust your price range. So, I mean, right here, I've got the prices at least $1, but maybe you want, and I'm just speaking in general, let's put it at, I don't know. Again, you can easily customize this yourself. Let's put 50 cents. And maybe you want to max, I don't know, $5. Maybe you want a volume of, I don't know, 100,000 shares at least in the pre-market. But that's up to you though, right? Maybe 50,000 is enough to start off. Okay, remember, to start off, this could be on its way to several million in the pre-market. Okay. And then the change from the close, you probably want some kind of a move. Okay. Now the change from the close is the same as the gap filter in the pre-market. Okay. So this is the change from yesterday's close, of course. But so you're looking at it in the pre-market. Again, whatever number you want to use. I mean, I've got 3 here. And then here's the float. And you can put a maximum, whatever that max is. Let's put 10 million. Okay, 10M. Let's look at the summary now. So here's the float, no more than 10 million. Price is up at least 3% from the yesterday's close. 50,000 shares traded, and between 50 cents and $5. Now this is a top list, okay? Don't necessarily need an alert. You just have to see the stocks, and you can watch what I do. See what happens when I do that. So the first thing to do, this is what I do every single morning. I don't deviate every single morning. The first thing that we do typically is we want to find the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. Okay. That's the change from the close percent. Okay. Remember, imagine we're using this in the pre-market. So you're going to see the stocks that have moved the most since yesterday's close. Remember, you're looking at this tomorrow morning before the market opens. That's the number one thing. The next thing though is you might want to sort on the float column to see are there any crazy low floaters. So you double left click. So you can see right there 345,000 in the float, insanely low. UK 465. And what you would do is you would just sort of glance at the change from the close to see what that number was. Okay, to see if it's got to be at least 3% the way this is structured. Okay. But that allows you then to, if you just really want to zero on we'll call it the micro floats, that's what you can do. Every one of these columns is sortable. Okay. How you're going to use it ultimately will be up to you. Okay. But I can give everybody this. Okay. So Marius is saying, yeah. So I mean, it's up to you. Of course, you can put if you want to put a different price range, or a different minimum volume. Price was up a certain amount. It's up to you. And of course, the float. I'm putting no more than 10 million. You might want, if you really want to capture the super micro ones, you might want to put 4 million, no more than 4 million. But that's up to you. You can change these values. Okay. So let me just pop that into the room, and I'll make a change. I'll call this low float pre-market actives up. And again, you can customize it as you see fit. Okay. And then I'm going to save it into my cloud, so I know it's always going to be there, and I'll share it right now. Ooh, custom symbol list. I don't think it matters. Or will it matter? I don't think it matters. I think it's just preventing indices and stuff from showing up. I don't think it matters. Yeah, or I'm just including all warrants. I don't think it matters. Okay. So I will just delete it, not delete it. I'm just going to exit it. No, I don't do that. I don't separate it out, because of course I can take my pre-market scanner and I can just do the sort on the float. Okay. And I'll see the low floaters if I really want to. Well, that's what Jamie does. I'm not a huge pullback player, I'm not a huge pullback player. You can always wait for a pullback, sure. Well, in fact, this morning I wanted to take this, the ABCV, or I guess it's a CVB, ABVC, sorry, ABVC. And this morning, I mean, the VWAP was at around 223, and I kept waiting there. I think, yeah, I mean, I did take this one. I forgot. Yeah, but I got out basically flat. And no, I'm sorry, I did not take this one. I did not take this one. But I was waiting for this VWAP rate. Now the VWAP was not 207 at the time. Well, for me, I mean, it was going to be a break of the VWAP again. This is not the VWAP that it was in the pre-market. The VWAP was about 224 or so. Now, you could have, if it had on like a lot. Well, what did it get up to? Got up to 267. You could have been watching the VWAP and seeing whether or not the VWAP held, and that provided the bounce. It just didn't. This had news. This actually had some news, and why I was so interested in it, because of course when you look left, had all that room, and it had a very eye-catching press release that actually said $460 million. Okay. And so if people didn't really dive into that press release, they would have thought, my goodness, they received a milestone payment of $460 million. Well, they sort of did. But what it really was, it was 46 million shares of this company at $10. But this is a private company. This is not trade. This is not a public company. So what is it really worth? Sure, $460 million of a non-public company. What is it really worth? And how are you going to sell? Who are you going to sell your shares to if you want to sell tomorrow, as an example? Not saying this company that's what they want to do, but unless you dove into that press release, all you would have seen is $460 million. But I thought that would move a lot more, and it really didn't. You see this? If you see this, ABVC Bio and its subsidiary received $460 million. That, I mean, looks incredible, doesn't it? Incredible, especially with that float. If that had been some kind of a, I don't know, like truly a $460 million cash injection, this could be at $100 today. But again, I don't trade very much in the pre-market. I'm in the West Coast, so I mean, I'm not up at the crack of dawn. Well, I am for me at the crack of dawn, but not. I don't really. I don't get into the room until 6 o'clock my time. But I'm up. I'm up at around 4. I'm doing some things, but I don't typically trade too much in the pre-market. Oh, there's some great moves in the pre-market. There are some awesome moves in the pre-market. But I'm doing a while all those awesome moves are happening. I'm doing a lot of other things. To kind of prepare to get into the room with information and all that. So I cannot just concentrate 100% on those moves. Every now and then I do catch one, but there are a lot of great moves intraday too. So I don't get too bent out of shape. So MOSS, so running. So this is the cannabis ETF. So what? Some news? What you guys, as in your government, is going to legalize it over in every state? I'm just highly skeptical, as Shady said. There are no sure things in the market, but shorting cannabis stocks. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time, so I haven't even checked to see. Wow, the market's another hour and almost an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, hour and 15 minutes straight up. All right. Zombie deer disease. Okay. What next? Yeah, I'll put the spy up. I'll put the 1 minute spy up. We always think it's a nothing burger, but we always sometimes we get surprised. Probably, there will be some action up, down in the first 3 or 4 minutes. I'll put the SPY 1 minute chart up at 2 o'clock and just sort of sit back. Most of the things here will not be affected. I mean, here's another one. I know you guys have been talking about MTC. I mean, here's another one. I mean, let's look left. 486 is the next high looking left. Now, this is not a low float. 98 million. I want to check. I check another website just to see whether or not that is consistent. And if it is, I won't see any float information. Interesting. Well, that website's got 198 million in the float. We've got 98 million. So what you see is what I use, Cheetah. I use 15 daily and weekly. Most of the time, the stocks that I'm seeing are near the high of the day, okay, or at the low of the day. So that's why you always hear me talking about look left. So if the stock is near the high of the day, then what I want to do is I'll look left on a daily chart and try to check to see where is the next high on the daily chart. If I can't see it on a daily chart, in other words, if the current price, if I look left and everything when I look left is below the current price, then I look on the weekly chart. And sometimes if I can't see it on the weekly, I'll look at a monthly. But that's why I have my daily and my weekly charts up. But I basically trade off a 15 minute. That's me, okay? Because some people say, well, why don't you use a 2 minute chart? Why don't you use a 1 minute chart? Why don't you use a 5 minute chart? Try them all. And I'm just, I'm for me personally, I just like the 15 minute chart. That's all. So never ever going to say, well, that's what everybody else should be doing. Actually, Perfect Circle. I'm talking to Perfect Circle in our YouTube room. I've not heard of it until I saw it mentioned. I think last week or a week before in one of the rooms. It I have not heard about it, and except from you guys. We're talking about zombie deer disease, or probably more professionally named chronic wasting disease. But you know what? Perfect. It's a good point. Remember when monkeypox came out? And that was the big deal for, I don't know, 3 weeks or so. And we had all these little companies coming out. We've got a cure for monkeypox. Well, guaranteed, some company is going to come out with a press release. We've got we're conducting trials of the zombie deer disease. And you'll see that stock probably rip for a bit. Famous last words, Trader 77. I'm not touching bios any longer. I've seen people say that over and over and over again until, that bio looks pretty interesting. Look what it's doing. But I do understand. I do understand. Oh, overnight holds. Oh, yeah. Scary to, well, listen, it can be scary to hold any stock, but I mean, bios especially these little ones, you'd never know what's going to happen. Run the risk, of course, of them doing a financing or just not doing anything the next day. They have their sort of like a one day wonder and then they just, collapse the next day. The interesting thing to do is tomorrow, if you have my pre-market actives down, check the stocks that are down. Most of them probably would have been stocks up today, the cheap ones, most of them. It's funny you say that one, Ori, VFS, red to green. I used to have that up as an alert, and I just never, ever found it useful. So what Ori is saying, I mean, you see how it's now up 6 cents? So at one point, it was negative for the day, and now it's just barely positive. Went from red to green. But we do have an alert. What's it called? Crossing, I think it's called crossing. Yeah, so we've got crossing above the open, crossing below the open, crossing above the close, and crossing below the close. You know, I used to always think, man, that's got to be a great alert. Got to be. Never found a way. Now, is there anybody in the room that actually uses it that you actually like it? I mean, obviously in combination with other filters, but well, This one right here, this momentum scanner, I mean, this does exactly that. You know, it looks for stocks that are trading in the last minute, at least 1,000% are normal, as an example. This is a filter that we've got. Okay. I mean, if you take my momentum scanner, I mean that this has already got that in there with other filters, of course, but there it is. The volume the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes at 400% of normal. Okay. And that's my momentum scanner on my homepage. Okay. Your main, does that make sense? Your mana or your main? So, I mean, if you wanted to, okay, good. To say this is the filter. Okay. This is the actual filter. So, I mean, if you wanted to build your own scan from scratch, you don't want to use anything from me, and you just type in search terms, start typing in volume and volume 1 minute right there. See, 1 minute. And add the filter. Now you can put whatever percentage you want. You know, I've got 1,000 in this one and 400 on the 5 minute, but we also have 10 minutes, 15 minute, and 30 minutes. But certainly if you're looking for a 1 minute volume spike, it's right there. And you can see the volume. Now, this is on a 15-minute chart, okay? But you can see the volume coming in. This is on a 15-minute chart, but you know, there's cracks. You can see the volume coming in. Now, as always, though, just because you get a big volume burst doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. I wish it were that simple. Yeah, 5 minutes to the minutes to 2 o'clock FOMC minutes. So again, I'll put up the SPY chart in about 1 minute to 2 o'clock. We'll watch that SPY chart for a bit, and then we'll get rid of. That's the one I was thinking of. GovX was the monkeypox. GOVX. Where is it now? GOVX. This was the monkeypox. It is 30%. And if you look at the monthly chart, no, I'm not 100% sure. I wonder if they've done a reverse split, but I can't remember getting this high. Oh, okay, so they did a reverse split. So this is hard to know. I can't remember exactly where this went, but this was one of the monkeypox. The reason I know they did a reverse split because this stock never got up to $30,000. So this is split adjusted. So this is a Bitcoin play. So some of the Bitcoin had earlier are starting to come back. ARBK. See, a lot of the retailers were off today. There's Under Armour. I saw Nordstrom's earlier. I think I saw a couple of other ones. So let's take a look at. Well, you know what? It's 1 minute too. So I'm going to put up a big SPY chart and just see what happens. And change it to a 1 minute time frame. And let's see what happens in 30 seconds. Typically, you just have to start typing, okay? Okay, so I'm in this chart. I just left click to make sure so the system knows I'm in this chart. Okay, and then if you just start typing, the box should pop up, and then you click change. If that didn't work, you hit the space bar, and that box will pop up also. All right, so here we go. Little red bar to start. Let me know if that worked, Northern, okay? Green bar now. Typically, it takes about 3 minutes or so before you get the actual move, the direction. But this is just minutes a day, no 2:30 presser. So, I don't know if we have, I don't know of a zombie deer ticker or the GOVX was monkeypox, but I don't know of a zombie deer. I don't think anybody, I haven't seen anybody come out. Believe me, it'll happen. Okay, guys, it's kind of boring. Nothing is really happening. So we had a big topping tail, bottoming tail. Okay, guys, we're 3 minutes in. I don't think we're going to see anything super exciting, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Ooh, this BBLG just took off. The last time I saw, I think it was $5. Yeah, it was $5 right here. Look at this BBLG. Ah, from last week, the Bone Biologics. Low float, crazy low float. Really didn't trade much all day. The last two 15-minute candles, though, 140,000 and counting. Huh. 7,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short for a BBLG. Wonder how quickly they'll get snapped up. And this looks like it's going to get halted. Oh, didn't get halted. I'm surprised. To have a 1 cent spread on this, I'm surprised. I thought it would get halted. Maybe. No. Okay. So here's one, guys. So the MTC flew up to $2. There's the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, or even 8 EMA, that's the orange line. The 10 SMA is the blue line. But if you're a VWAP player, 154, you can kind of see what it's maybe doing. Maybe the VWAP, maybe these moving averages, maybe they hold it. So maybe it bounces off here if you're a bit of a pullback player. Ah, wait a minute now. The SPY is maybe I got a little hasty. Okay, so the SPY actually in the 15-minute chart, it's a little more dramatic. Wow, look at the SPY action, guys. Look at that big bottoming tail now in the 15-minute chart. Topping tail, bottoming tail. So this one from RAI, suggestion to 1509, really hasn't done much. Starting to drop now. The next low look at is 1473. I'd probably wait for that because then the next low is 1430. Maybe, 40, 30 cents. All right. So what sort of a pullback are we having for BBLG? There's the VWAP 515, not very close. Let's see if it can. I mean, that'd be a pretty big pullback from the high up here, 622 down to 515. Okay, so DA, all I did was, so I'm going to teach you how you can do it. Okay. So the question from our YouTube room, can I please share that Momo scanner you currently have open? Okay. So do you still want the other one? Because this is all I did. If you still want the other one, then duplicate it. Okay. And when you duplicate it, right click, duplicate. Okay, that's not that one. Okay, so you don't have the momentum scanner up, and you don't have my momentum scanner. Okay, this is what I want you to do, and because I think it's worthwhile showing you how to do it rather than just giving it to you. Okay, so what I'd like you to do, this is, and anybody, of course, go to my homepage. If you don't have my momentum scanner, but remember the pre-market actives is really all I just use that in the pre-market. I mean, you can have it running all day, of course, but so go to my homepage, go to my homepage, and scroll down a bit until you see my scans, and then just load that momentum scanner. Okay, load that Momo scanner. Let me know when you've done that, and anybody else who doesn't have it and then wants to have this one. Is that you, DA and Dennis, or no? Okay, okay, so you're in both modes. Okay, so once you've done that, then right click on it and duplicate it. Okay, just duplicate it, and assuming you still want the original. Okay, and then you'll have a duplicate of it. And then that's all I did was, and the reasoning behind this, all I did was this. We go to configure, right click, configure, click on the search and type in options. Okay, these are the option filters that we have. Okay, and the option volume today, right there, the option volume today, click on that, add the filter. And I put 499 contracts max. The reason I did that is that this got overloaded. I mean, you get a lot of alerts in here, and a lot of them were here too. Okay, the same ones. Because remember, what we're trying to do here is find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. It would be more valuable, in my opinion, to see the stocks that really don't trade options here. Okay. Notice here, option volume, 0. You will get some that are, less than 4.99. Let's see if I can scroll down. Yeah, I mean, you'll see some that, don't trade options very much. So that's why I decided, okay, why don't we just have a momentum scanner that looks at stocks that don't trade options very much, okay? Because and then those that do trade options a lot will show up here, if that makes sense. And don't forget to save your work. You can give it another name. Well, you can call it momentum less than 500 contracts, whatever you want to call it. Don't forget to save your work and save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So now it's in your cloud. So we still got a lot of alerts in here, but now they're going to be just stocks that basically don't trade options. Okay, guys, I'm just going to take a quick look at our website. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, this is, well, it's not so much our new website anymore, but if you go to our homepage, well, let me give you a homepage so you can, or actually, this should work. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, okay. So the market scope dashboard. So the link I put in there will take you right to that room or right to this screen. Okay, right to this screen. So this is really good. I think if you really just don't want to create any of your own scans because you have no control. Okay, of prices and volumes and all of that. But if you just really want to sort of see a heat map, this is the today's biggest gainers, but the change in the last 30 minutes, as an example, the change in the last hour, change from the open. Okay, this is a heat map, so it's going to show you, the stocks that are very active. This is in this particular one. This is a crawl, the biggest gainers, and this is real time. The crawl on top, the biggest gainers, the biggest losers. Okay, so again, this is good for people really who don't want to create their own scans at all. They just want to have something very quick to look at. The issue right now with it, of course, is that if you click on an alert, yeah, this chart will load. If you want to trade it, you're going to have to, manually type it into your brokerage account, which is okay. Not the worst thing. But we have different looks. These are races. Let me get the market scope 360 again. Deep dive. I guess you can. I mean, I don't use this because I've got my own scans, of course. So if you want to research your own stock, so if you want to research, I don't know, I guess you can actually go to biggest losers. Ah, let me go back to, well, there's sector scope. You want to find stocks that are, I think this is looking at the main sectors. There's real estate, gold, utilities, things like that. So you can get a crawl of the sectors that are moving the most. Not necessarily the most, just what they're doing. You want to see the positive sectors for the day? Here they are. XLE, energy. Yeah, I mean, you can see energy's had a great day again. So this is more for people who just don't want to, create anything on their own. Okay, you just want to. I hate to use the term spoon fed, but because you cannot control it, you cannot control the volume, the price range, or anything like that. But it's a very cool way to take a look at what's happening. And you can change the time frame, of course. You want an S&P 500. So here's the S&P 500, who is moving up, change from the close. You want to go the last hour, who's moving the most in the last hour. So it's a nice, it's a heat map. Somebody was asking in our YouTube room, do we have heat maps? So, well, this is a heat map for the S&P, not every single S&P stock, but moving down because the market's down. Let's take a look at that. So Xerox. Now, the only drawback right now is that you cannot have this open, and if you're using our downloadable app or something, you can have it's like having two different applications open, okay? So you can only have one or the other. I can because I've got a couple of accounts, but typically, you cannot have this open plus if you're using our downloadable application. All right, guys. Let's see, 2:21. So again, I'll be taking off at around 3 o'clock. But William, what's your agenda today, William? I think you said there are a couple of earnings plays after hours. 4:05. Okay, so William will keep the room open until 4:05. I'll take off around 3. I'll always say later if there are questions. And before I take off, I will put the trading room link into our YouTube room so you can head over and listen to it. Or there's nobody's talking and the screen is stopped, or there's no more screen sharing, but you can still converse among other traders who would still be in the room. You too, Cheetah. No, you don't want the YouTube link. Well, you don't want the YouTube link now. You're in the. I mean, if you want to be in the more active trading room, you're in it already. Am him. Okay. Am I him? That's okay. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. We just have two rooms going. Okay. This is what I call the main room. There are more traders in there. There's more interaction among traders. We do have a YouTube room. They see my screen. They can hear me. There's a slight delay. It's just not as active. It's sort of easier to get in. If you just want to listen, it's probably you don't care about seeing the screen or anything, or even or interacting with other traders. It's not a bad way to go. But if you're more interested in seeing the screen and interacting with other traders, also, you're in the right room. All I was saying is that for those in YouTube right now, that I have to shut that down at 3, but they can always head over into the main room. And that's what I was saying. I'll give them a link so they can head over into the main room. And welcome. Welcome, by the way. I think that that ABVC has to be a do not look at today. Maybe tomorrow, but it's been a real tough. Every time you think it's going to take off, there is the VWAP 207, but every time you think it's real okay, now it's going to take off, and then just it gets sold off. I mean, it might run. It might run. In the last hour and a half, it's very possible. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Just internal stuff happening. What was the news, Shady? Do you know what actually was the quote unquote news? Drug and DES, Drug Enforcement Agency, tells House lawmakers the marijuana review is ongoing. Okay, guys, 2:29. So one last look at my homepage before I take off in about half an hour. So I think this promo code is going to expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. I believe that's what's going to happen. 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So we still have a 25% off. So looking at my homepage link, so there's a promo code you can use. Okay, New Year 25 for 25% off. New Year all in caps. So when you click on my homepage link, you will see this promo, but this has expired. But you'll get the 25 off if you use New Year 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do this. Get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Goes over especially alert windows and top list windows. You should know what they are. And Trading 101, if you're new to trading, series of videos that I think are very valuable for you to take a look at if you're brand new to trading, or even if you're looking for a refresher. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. And the trade of the week, it is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. And this week's trade of the week, I don't think it's triggered. I'm almost positive it hasn't triggered. Trade of the week is TME. And the trigger was nine. Oh, it's getting close though. Getting close. So the trigger is 9:10. Okay. When you get the email, it's all laid out. And you can see yesterday did not get to 9:10. This morning, the high is 890. So that would be the suggested entry. And you can see, the high right there is 909 2 days ago. And then and so the suggested entry and then the stop. And you get the email. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting the email, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The education section is here. And before I move on to my scans, whoops, what happened? Before I move on to my scans, again, all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep this room free, okay? And then here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit, and then here are my scans. Here are the ones that I'm currently sharing. And again, I call this a trading and support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. Look at the market, guys. By the way, yeah, look at this market. So there was the oh, what am I doing? This was the 2 o'clock candle there, then the 2:15 candle, boom. All right, guys. Keep an eye in SIDU. I'd have a late day surge in SIDU. Had news, some news. All these topping tails really have to take that out. I mean, I know you'd be giving up $1, but you just don't know about, will they break through? If they break through all this, a lot of traders will just looking at, well, maybe it can get close to the high of the day. By the way, KNSA, KNSA is on the move here. Has a little bit of room. The next high on the daily chart, that is where that red line is, 2049 approximately. I wonder whatever happened to Shot. Nothing but ugliness. Put out some news today, guys. Safety Shot to garner global exposure with its brand activation event at Coachella. All right. That's not until April. Boy, this is what a tear. This one has been on also the COLL all-time high for COLL. So this AI alert is inching its way down. 1509 was the alert, short SATS. Hmm. Oh yeah, the signing day sports. So yesterday it hit a high, got up to 155, closed way down here at a dollar. I mean, those are big percentage drop. This is SGN. So, I mean, guys, I mean, this was an alert at 9:43 PM, 9:30, sorry, 9:43 AM Eastern time for the Sats. It really did nothing for the longest time. The alert was at 15:09. Look what it did. Just chopped around, and finally at 1:15 it started to drop. Continuing down this Sats, the next low looking left is it's almost there. 1430, getting close and picking up steam. Okay, guys, again, 2:42, about 15 minutes, I'll be taking off. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. The room will be open tomorrow. Well, I'll be on live on the mic and sharing my screen at 9 o'clock Eastern, both rooms. RNA, name through the 200-day moving average, RNA. Wow, look at the KNSA. KNSA above 20 now. So we saw it was around 1970, I think. Yeah, it was right around here. So through 20 now, getting closer to that daily high, 2049. Boy, something is lighting a fire under this KNSA. Look at the volume that just came in. You talk about a momentum. And you can see what happened. It just showed up here at 243 because it finally hit 500 contracts. That's the minimum here. That's the filter, the minimum filter, which is about 3.5 times normal for this stock. Well, let's see if this AISP, which flew, let's see, there's the VWAP, 235. I wonder if it can take out the VWAP and have a late day run. So just put a price alert right around the VWAP area and see if it bursts through that and has a late day run. All right, guys. Again, I'm not in anything obviously right now. Probably not going to do, well, I'm almost 100% not going to do anything for the rest of the day. You know what I'm not seeing? I'm not seeing sometimes, you'll go through spurts in which you'll see some of these ones that really ripped earlier on in the day and then they kind of rest and then later on in the day they just accelerate. I'm not seeing that yet from anything. I was looking at the SASI as an example, the SASI, and now it's just selling off. It's just selling off after that big pop. There's a possibility that, this area right there that was holding for, several hours, you get a pop, but not even close. Now it is basically selling off. Look what it got to though. Got right into that 200-day moving average earlier. As long as it's not in poor taste, Wiggle Boss. Hmm. Because wasn't it supposed to be last October or November that the DEA was finally going to make their recommendation whether or not cannabis would be considered, and I don't know what your terminology is down there, but some kind of a status, not status, but I guess you call them what, Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3s and all that? I thought that was supposed to happen last October, November, or in theory. All right, guys, getting close. Another 9 minutes or so for me. MTC, let's see, MTC. See, this one might, but I mean, again, very, very choppy. Nothing really smooth that I've seen today. Smooth, I mean, when I say smooth, I'm not that they don't have to be just soaring higher, green bar after green bar, but something that just kind of rests a bit, little pop, little rest, maybe a little drop, rest. But you get these wild swings, and where are you going to put your stop? Gosh, another one. I mean, look at these moves, $1.29, $1.65, big percentage moves, sell off, low float. Another one. Look at Tattoo. I mean, just horrible. So at least this one. Okay, so there's the VWAP. Okay, this is for BBLG. So there's the VWAP 533. So it's in the VWAP area. Now, will it hold and then move higher from there? Need some volume. I mean, look, the volume is just tapered off after that extraordinary volume that it had at 2 o'clock. Well, I think what William would say, Tam, let me make sure there is no news that I can see. So William would probably say there was no reason for this to be up here at 491. That's probably. I understand what you're saying, though. I mean, it's been cut in half basically on no news. But I'm not even sure. Maybe there was. Maybe there was news all through this period. Maybe there was. I don't know. Actually, there are, believe it or not, there are a lot of shares at Interactive Brokers to short 171,000. I don't know what it was like before, but okay, thank you, William. Take a look at China in general. No, can't say that the overall China market was weak. So I remember that, William. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this up. So what I'm going to do now is put the main trading room link into YouTube, so you guys can, if you want to, that room will be open until 4:05. William will moderate it, keep it open till 4:05. Okay. No screen sharing, nobody on the mic, but you can still talk amongst yourselves. Oh, Evergrande. Yeah, Evergrande. No, that's exactly what it was. Evergrande. I don't know if it had a symbol. I think you're right. I think it was privately held. Huge, huge, huge collapse. I think you're right. No, no, Shakespeare, you're in the right room. Just stay there. It's the other room that I shut down, the YouTube room. Oh, but okay, so you don't have, you're in the right room right now. It's the other room that I shut down, the YouTube room. So I put this room's link into YouTube so they can head over if they want to. All right, everybody. I don't see any other news or news. I don't see any other questions. Maybe keep an eye on the SIDU. Maybe we could have that late day run. So choppy though. Look at these charts for me are just hard to look at with all these topping tails and bottoming tails. Okay, guys. Well, again, thanks for all the help. I will stop my screen sharing right now. And mute myself in the main room. And for the YouTubers, I put the main room link in so you can head over to the main room if you want. And I'll be shutting you guys down now.